Let's get right back into it then. Not much has happened since we streamed yesterday. I have leveled my Dragoon a couple of times. That's what I'm trying to get up to 80 at the moment. Because once we've got Dragoon up to 80 and then Monk up to 80, I'm probably going to focus on getting Gunbreaker and Dancer up to 70. So that we can use those for Shadowbringers, and then it'll be trying to get everything up to 80. Which, to be fair, by the time that we've done Monk and Dragoon, it's only the new classes that got added from DLCs. And even then, we've already got Astro and Dark Knight up, so it's really just the DPSs. So yeah, that shouldn't be too bad, I'm hoping. I am now poor in comparison, because I bought the Vermilion Cloak of Casting, which is the best in-slot gear that you can have for Eureka, for any of the casting classes. And I also have the Kirin's Asode of Fending, which is here, which is the same thing, but for tanks. The idea being that at least to begin with, we're going to go through Eureka as either Warrior or Red Mage. To that end, though, I first need to do the level 70 job quest for Red Mage or Warrior, because you get some good stuff. Less significant for Red Mage, perhaps, but we would get the Holy, which is just the holy equivalent of the Flare that we have, which basically, if I use my Enchanted Rapier combo, I get a more powerful attack that is also an AoE for free. But Warrior, Warrior gets Inner Release, which is basically, what is it, Overpower? No, Berserk, but on crack. And so what you get is you get 3 stacks of Inner Release, each stack allowing the use of Fell, Cleave, or Decimate without cost, and guaranteeing they are critical hits. And it nullifies Stun, Sleep, Bind, Heavy, and most knockback effects. Which is a pretty fucking good ability. I kinda want that. Give me it. But yeah, I think Red Mage might be a little bit more. I don't know. We're gonna go in as Red Mage for Eureka, and we're gonna see how it goes. And if that's not working out, we will go with Warrior, because I know that Warrior is pretty good, and tanks are always quite useful. Hold on. What if I just drop the gain? Does that stop me peaking? Yes. I hope that that's still. Is that still loud enough? Yeah, that should be fine. Words, things, stuff. Yeah, we're gonna go in as a Red Mage. We'll see how Red Mage goes. Because Red Mage can have both healing and raise capabilities, which is really, really nice. And if that doesn't work out, we'll go Warrior and just look after ourselves. But tanks are also useful in Eureka. But first things first, we need to do the Red Mage 60 to 70 job quests. After, Aria. While there were lessons to be learned as I dragged you along on my quest for vengeance, It's time I offered a more structured approach to your training. With the support of you and your companions, Curtis's daughter has liberated Ala Mhigo. But rather than return in this moment of glory, I feel I can contribute more to the rebuilding of my homeland from without. It was 2 decades ago that I joined the revolutionaries. Though our motives were just, it was our actions that ultimately created a breach for the Empire to exploit. My time at the forefront of that stage has ended. To return to it now would only invite confusion and resentment. The revolution has since become the resistance, and the right to shape the future of Ala Mhigo now rests in the hands of those who will live the coming age. I shall play my part by nurturing a new generation of red mages. I made my mark as a crimson duelist, but you will not be bound by my oath. You're free to decide for yourselves how best to employ the skills I teach you. Now, as for your studies, you're well aware of my proclivity for practical application. We must challenge you with a new frontier, a place where the strong gather in search of adventure. To Idleshire, my friends. Okay. Since we're no longer focusing on Stormblood, like MSQ, I have changed our minion. So we now have Wind Up Fafnir, who you actually get from Eureka. Young Arya has invested in her appearance, it would seem. Doesn't she look the part? I mean, she does. It's a much better outfit. Right, let's break in that new equipment. There's a hostile organization of goblins known as the Illuminati making trouble for the people here in Idleshire. The most prominent threat to the populace seems to be the mechanical soldiers controlled by Illuminati aggressors. I say we do the locals a favor by using these clunking contraptions as combat practice. After your battle with Lambert, however, that may be all they amount to. Especially for you after. Your mastery of red magic is such now that I dare say you could handle a mechanical soldier or two on your own. As for you, Arya, your spells have raw power, but lack refinement. I think I would prefer to have you training alongside a partner. I wish to try fighting alone. Please, understand, before I began learning magic, I felt like I scarcely existed. But when I work to match you and after, when I see myself improving, that's when I feel the most alive. I want naught more than to become a full-fledged red mage. I want to stand at your side and fight as your equal. Well, far be it from me to stop you. Mayhap the perfect way to conquer your difficulties with white magic is to be alone in a situation which offers you little recourse, but to rise above them. Both of you should now head toward the Archetion, and find your own mechanical foes to overcome. I'll be waiting for you here in the Maker's Quarter. Thinking, do I do. Oh, yeah. So before we leave to go and do that, I'm going to unlock our next custom delivery person. Well, ain't the dependable adventurer. I've heard about what you've done for Zloe, and I want to express my gratitude. When last I spoke with the lass, she couldn't say enough good things about you. Truly, you got a good heart beating in that breast, which is why I'm hoping you could do me another favour. Do you know a fellow named Adakaraj, owner of the Ard Place? Even if you haven't spoken with him, you're bound to have seen him at the very least, by virtue of his unique attire. Something clearly weighs on his mind of late, and it ain't just the peculiar headpiece he wears. Or even the piggy face seems to look downcast. Thinking to help out a fellow man, I went and asked what troubled him, but he wasn't minded to talk. Might be as it's because he regards the house as a competitor. Whatever his reasons, he refused to open up to me, but I dare say you'll fare better. When you have a spare moment, I'd like you to seek him out. See if you can coax out whatever it is that's been bothering him. Big gold piggy. Well now, you're certainly not the type of our clientele, but if you're not here for our famous hospitality, what could you possibly be here for? After's here for you, Master Adakaraj. Doubtless she heard your fussing and fretting from a mile away, and being the kindly soul that she is, she's come to check on you. Isn't that right? Your concern is wholly misguided. Why would the proprietor of a wildly successful establishment such as mine have aught to worry about? Look into these eyes and tell me you see even a fleck of doubt. Oh, this must be the parchment you were staring at so intently earlier. My, such a fine parchment it is. Much finer than anything Zoe has. These numbers in it don't look so fine, though. If I didn't know better, I'd say you're making it... What are you... You shouldn't be... Massive loss. Is this true? The illustrious Adakaraj, entrepreneur extraordinaire, making a loss? The mere suggestion's laughable. Oh, who am I fooling? Of late, adventurers have been flocking to the Far East. Idleshire's all but forgotten. Business has dried up, and the hard place is, ironically, in a hard place. You mustn't give up, Master Adakaraj. If there's any ways Loey can help, just say so. For example, I can supply you with flatbread. It might be a little on the stale side, but a little staleness never killed anyone. At least, not as Loey. But whatever happens, we can't allow the hard place to go out of business. If it does, what would happen to Menfina's arms and all the children she holds in a loving embrace? We must think of the children. Speaking of which, when did I feed them last? Was it yesterday or the day before? Oh, but such minutiae as mealtime are of no consequence next to the threat of closure. We've been doing so well with After's help, so we can't bear the thought of having it all come undone now. Please, I need a place to hide. Oh dear, what's going on? Whatever it is, my illustrious self cannot in good conscience turn away a damsel in distress. Quickly, my fair lady, don this. I take it you're in charge of this place. We're searching for an Ishgardian woman named Melody. Have you seen her? I advise you to be truthful, else there'll be repercussions. We know of no such woman, and even if we did, we are disinclined to cooperate with brutes who make threats. I advise you not to cause trouble in my establishment. Else you'll have to answer to me, the illustrious Adakaraj, and the battle-hardened culinarian there. Point taken. Don't take it personally, eh? We're just doing our jobs. We're done here. Well, what a rude pair. Oh, and did you see their hair? Ridiculous, wasn't it? What was I going to say? Oh, right. Why were they after you? First, allow me to thank you. As you may have gathered, I was a maid. I served an Ishgardian nobleman, but he treated me most cruelly. Unable to bear the torment any longer, I chose to flee from his household. I had given little thought to what I would do after I had made good my escape, but I cannot well return to Ishgard. You've already done me a great kindness by harbouring me, but will you not take me into your employ? I have nowhere else to turn, and I promise I shall work very hard. I see. I should be glad to welcome you into the fold, but I will not lie. Business has seen better days, and you may well be boarding an airship that will go down in flames. Oh, I have a plan. One that will change the fortunes of the hard place. Would you like to know what it is? But of course you do, so I'll tell you right now. We create a new menu. Miss Melody, you're an Ishgardian and a maid. That is to say, an Ishgardian maid. It's only right to assume you're familiar with your nation's cuisine. With your knowledge, you can help us introduce new dishes. You assume rightly, Mistress Loey. I am well acquainted with Ishgardian cuisine, be it that partaken by highborn or low, and I'm pleased to say that I am not without skill in the kitchen. I should be glad to assist in this endeavour. Did you hear that? We have the knowledge and skill to prepare the dishes. Only thing we're missing now are ingredients, and utensils, and cutlery. and possibly some other trifle that hasn't occurred to me yet. Anyway, being the resourceful adventurer you are, Sloey has no doubt that you can supply all these things. If we can make the hard place thrive again, so too will the whole of Idleshire. That's a good thing, like pineapple pudding or juice, both of which can be purchased with the scripts you can earn by contributing to this cause. I still need to ask Mistress Rowena about it, of course, but I'm sure she'll say yes. We were really, really good friends after all. As a matter of fact, Zoe will go and speak with her right now. Well, it appears that it's all been decided for me. Spontaneously though it was conceived, young Zoe's plan holds promise. Our success rides upon your ability to provide us with what we need, but Zoe's placed her trust in you, and so shall I. Help us bring the hard place back from the brink. Lest you worry about recompense, if the house itself will be supporting the endeavour, you may be assured that your efforts will not go unrewarded. I, for my part, care not for profit. The house is welcome to everything, so long as the hard place survives. Without further ado then, let us set to work. Go forth, my friend, and bring us the Ishgardian culinary essentials we require. Now, I still need to level my fisher. Can you fuck off? Thank you. Northern oysters are required, which would be Curthus Western. I could give that a go. I still have yet to actually fish up a collectible, but I think the main thing is just making sure that you are using metal spinners. I think. I hope. But yeah, we now have another custom delivery person. We will also unlock another one? Another two from having finished Stormblood. So yeah, we're still working on Charlemagne. And then once he's done, we can move on to one of the Stormblood ones, which will unlock another time. But I just wanted to make sure I unlocked this before the reset on Tuesday. Northern oyster. Okay. Wrong thing. I don't really know how the collectability works. So ideally we want to get it up to 77 or higher. I mean, do we? That's just to get more scripts and more money out of it. So really, I don't give a shit. I get the same amount of experience, regardless of what I do. So, the same amount of experience and satisfaction. So, I don't care. Although I suppose this is a way to get gatherer scripts, which I don't really get any other way at the minute. But that's fine. I'm catching other things. Shit. Give me more northern oysters. Ooh, that's a good one. That is a good one. So yeah, getting fishing collectibles is very different from the other gatherers. I really don't know how to do good at fishing. Come on. I just need one more. Yes. Okay. I just really want to try and get my Fisher up to 80. Because then all of my gatherers can use the same gear set. Although that being said, I did get my botanist up to 90. And my miner will very soon be 90 as well. But at least then I'll only need 2 sets of equipment. And not the 3 that I currently have going on, I guess. Truly fine specimen of northern oyster, heavy with succulent flesh. When we see this to our diners, well, it's still fresh. Yes, there's no faulting the quality. No faulting the quality of a oyster that I fished up. I did hard work. Thanks to you, we have everything we require. The time has come to put our new menu to the proof. Azim is my witness, we will restore the hard place to its former glory. She's still walking around as a pig, even though she's not wearing the head. You'll be pleased to hear that Irish Guardian dishes have proven tremendously popular with our regular patrons. They're so impressed, in fact, that they go off promising to spread the word. Little by little, we're regaining the custom we once enjoyed. Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit. You really are a natural at this, but don't you think it's about time you shed with that outfit? Well, there's no guarantee that my pursuers won't return. Besides, I quite enjoy dressing like Master Adakaraj. It should have been me. Mistress Mapopo, I've been meaning to ask, how long have you been working at the Hard Place? How long? Why, only as long as it's existed. I used to be a treasure hunter, you see, but one day I ran afoul of a terrible fiend. It would have made a meal of me had the chief not chanced to be nearby. I'll never forget the sight of him standing over the creature's bloody corpse. So majestic. So dreamy. Anyway, Chief saved my life that day, and I've been at his side ever since. Oh my, to think that Master Adakaraj is a skilled warrior as well. Is there nothing he cannot do? Well, 'twas not for naught that I was favoured to become Khan of the largest tribe of the steppe. Next to my brilliance, the self-proclaimed sun would appear as a pallid candle. Huh? Khan, largest tribe on the steppe? Pay me no mind. 'Twas but idle musing, nothing more. You always do that, Chief. If you don't want to talk about something, you shouldn't bring up the subject. Enough talk. Please, everyone, return to your duties. There is still much work to be done if the Hard Place is not only to survive, but to thrive. To that end, there's a new favour they'd ask of you. After, I was wondering when you'd come by again. I have a proposal I'd like to run by you and the Chief. You see, after Melody came to us, I found I had a little more spare time, so I started learning some alchemy from the goblins, and I've gotten as far as being able to make a simple distiller. That gave me an idea. What if we were to make a house spirit to serve to our patrons? A Hard Place's very own drop. I do like the sound of that. And if we are to reverse our fortunes, we must not shy from a challenge. Yes, let us undertake this endeavour. Once again, we must rely on your help, my friend. Will you procure for us the items we need to make our own spirit? That's the spirit. Pun shamelessly intended. Okay, so what do you need now? Ruby lava, which is probably from... Yeah, could have guessed. Okay, so we'll finish fishing these collectibles. I'll finish up the Red Mage 60 to 70 quests, and then we will unlock and go into Eureka. And depending on how Eureka goes, we'll spend a decent amount of time, probably enough to get the challenge log stuff done for the week. Is there like a island lake up here or something? No. Okay. Looks like there's some people trying to get a rare fish in shout chat. I have no idea if this is the correct location or... That's not what I was here for, but I might be able to turn that in. Not necessarily, not to Adakaraj, but just to collectible appraiser. You don't get collectibles from spearfishing, do you? Oh, unless, is there a... Ah, no, there it is. That's what I needed. I was going to say, is there a pool inside the cavern? Alright, just one more of the most thrilling gameplay. Nice. And a ding. Not that the ding does anything to us right now, but that's absolutely fine. Let's go and turn these in, and then we're done with Adakaraj for a week. And hopefully I can turn these butterfly fish into you. Yes, yes I can. Nice. Well now. This isn't used to make seaweed tonic. Such a beverage may prove too exotic for most, but 'tis undoubtedly in the character of the hard place to offer such unusual items. Let me examine it by the light. By Azim, the quality is transcendent, the manifestation of an ideal I did not think existed. You, my friend, are a miracle worker. I know, I bring back the best seaweed. What can I say? Many thanks for your many deliveries, my friend. Truly, you're skilled at what you do, and truly, have a keen eye for skill. I just realized Burmbot isn't up. Let me fix that. It's just because I rebooted before the stream. So I forgot to set him back up. There we go. Okay, back to Red Mage. Oh, yeah. There's still the overgrown ambition quest that we need to do here as well, which unlocks the Arboretum as a dungeon. But I can always do that off stream, potentially. I also need to do the Fractal Continuum, which I forget where you accept that one. It might have been from the minstrel in Mordona. That was easy enough. Depending on how much these quests give me, I might actually level up from doing the job quests. Ah, I've come to recognize that confident step. Well done. Did you happen to spot Arya on your travels? Unless I've sorely overestimated her abilities, I would have expected her to arrive not long after you. Arya did seem intent on proving herself. Pray, forgive the tortured metaphor, but I have a feeling she may have sliced off more than she could fry. Come, let us seek out our young mage, and render aid if needed. You good, my guy? After. I did it! I won! Congruzels. There you are. Is Arya unharmed? My, that's a fair gathering of goblins. From the looks of it, defeating this lot took almost everything she had. Can you walk, my friend? Never seen you so... Uh-oh. Ooh, I like the hair. Give them to me. Your life energies. Your souls. I must feed. Her hair, it's... She's become like Lambard. Stop this, Arya. 'Tis no use. The hunger has taken over. We'll have to knock some sense into her. Oh, well, that was difficult. I suggest we take her back to Ilshire and let her rest at Rowena's establishment. I only hope she'll be more amenable to discussion when she awakes. I mean... I'ma just do this. Okay. Is it actually in Rowena's? By the looks of it, yes. Cool. Send off the retainers. Yeah. Not bad level gear, but I doubt any of that's going to be that useful to me. What happened? Did I truly attack you? Gods, why would I do such a thing? I remember defeating that contraption, falling to my knees, exhausted from spellcasting. I remember my thoughts fading away as a roar in my head grew louder and louder, and then nothing. I don't understand what possessed me. Never would I draw my blade on you or Zaroon. This was poor judgment on my part. I should never have tested you so harshly. Listen to me carefully now, Arya. I've seen how battle can exhaust you, but I failed to understand what grim truth such exhaustion presaged. In the moment you say a roaring drowned out your thoughts, the colour of your hair changed quite distinctly. We witnessed a similar transformation in Lambard ere he began to feed upon living ether. Lambard was able to employ magics of incredible power, but it left him hungering for life force. I believe what you experienced was a surrender to the very same hunger. It cannot be. My erstwhile colleague described how he enacted a change in his physical being. Well, I suppose it's possible such a ritual was performed upon you as well. He mentioned the process requiring many years. You have many more questions, I'm sure, but for now you must rest. If this hunger takes hold when your aether is exhausted, then it's even more important that you recuperate from your exertions. And Arya, do not despair that you have lost yourself. After all, you are in perfect control now, are you not? I am. Thank you, Zaroon. We will seek the cure to Arya's condition. Though I have little knowledge of such forbidden arts, I'm confident that a determined expedition will yield the answers we require. Prepare yourself for another journey. Okay, it then jumps up to 63. Are you ready to depart? The journey I have in mind will take us into the mountains of Eorzean, where we will visit the ziggurat built by the Red Mages of Eld. Lambard and I once explored those ancient ruins, searching for knowledge of the first incarnation of red magic. That was long ago, before we met Curtis and joined the revolution. Before I realized the manner of hidden wisdom for which Lambard had been truly seeking. The edifice itself has now been overrun by Quiquern, but a thorough expedition could still unearth something of value. Mayhap even the secrets behind Lambard's occult transformation. Arya, my friend, I must ask that you remain here and continue your convalescence. And no spell casting. Not even a lick of flame to light a candle. In your weakened state, we know not how sudden the hunger might return. Yes, of course. Just the thought of what might happen is enough to make me feel ill. I'll be fine in my sickbed, but what of you two? Are you really going to travel all the way to Eorzean just for me? What would you do if the positions were reversed? If after we're afflicted by a condition and you knew a cure might be found beyond the mountains? What then? Why, I would be out of the door in a moment. Thank you, Arya. That you would respond so emphatically is the reason we have no qualms about doing the same for you. Arya's worked so hard to master her skills, and I imagine it'll be hard to refrain from training for a while. But she must recover from her exhaustion first, before aught else. Come after, the ziggurat awaits. Rest well, Arya. We shall return as swiftly as we are able. So, which zone is it actually in? Ah, it's in the peaks. Oh, of course it is. It's the temple. The pyramid, that's the ziggurat. Let's begin our expedition, shall we? Be on the lookout for stone tablets bearing the histories of the Red. Did I mention it was our forebears in the art who constructed the ziggurat? It was built to suppress the unstable weather that was whipped up in the wake of that era's calamity. A sort of dampening weight that slowed the land's raging currents of ether to a trickle. In time, however, the ziggurat also became a library where successive generations of red mages enshrined their stories and their secrets. It is a shame that so many of these precious slates have since been lost to plunderers. or simply worn down by the ravages of time. As such, I do not expect to find a fully intact record of Lambard's ghastly rite. At the very least, we should discover hints of what the transformation ritual entails. You take one way and I'll take another, and we'll both take care not to fall prey to Queequeg bandits. And then there'll be one up at the top. Char. How did you fare? I discovered a number of tablets myself, which, while positively fascinating, offered little on the subject of occult rituals. Oh, if I'm reading this one correctly, you may have found exactly what we were looking for. It appears to be a record from a time before red magic was unified as a distinct discipline. The passage describes a rite by which one can make a pact with a Voidsen and ingest its blood in exchange for supernatural power. Even amongst their kin, certain creatures of the void harbor a voracious appetite for living ether. Lambard must have acquired the ability to siphon his victim's life force from one such fiend. The practice in question is said to have started with a family of Maki sorcerers who lived in the era preceding the Sixth Umbral Calamity. For red mages whose arts draw so heavily upon their own ether, there is an obvious, if distasteful, advantage to stealing a foe's life energies. And if one can employ such energies to fortify and sustain one's own form, as Lambard did, then one can even wield magics beyond the limitations of ordinary mortals. Not surprisingly, however, its tendency to result in aether-starved madmen led to the rite being declared a forbidden art. There's more. Some mention of an alchemical concoction that would serve to sate the hunger for aether when living prey was unavailable, and the helpful scribe has even inclined a method for its preparation. Aria's transformation was strikingly similar to Lambard's. Surely this concoction will prove effective at curbing her condition as well. Let's see here. It appears the main ingredient is a chunk of semi-crystallized ether. Such a substance could be drawn from the core of an Urlith, and I'm thinking the bigger the better. If I recall correctly, there are Urliths to be found to the east in the vicinity of the Sleeping Stones. Pray, find yourself one of the larger specimens and procure an ethereal core. Once you have what we need, we can rendezvous in the hamlet of Alagana. I shall busy myself collecting the other ingredients. Thank God I can fly now. The ziggurat. I was just about to ask, could I have actually reached this location? But yes, it just would have been a trek without being able to fly. Unbreakable Urlith. We'll see about that. I think that was actually fairly easily breakable. Were you able to procure a suitable core? Ah, yes. This will do nicely. Enough to create a decent-sized dose, at any rate. I've gathered together the other ingredients, so all that's left to do is deliver them into the hands of an experienced alchemist. Ah, for Arya must be wondering where we are. Why don't you go on ahead to Idleshire and I'll avail her of our progress. I'll meet you there as soon as I'm finished haggling with the potion mixers in Uldar. Okay, that wasn't too bad of a quest, to be honest. A kind of potion, and it's supposed to help with the hunger? That'll be one less worry then. Do you think Zaroon will be back soon? I am returned. Arya, pray, drink this concoction. I shall tell you of our discoveries in Girabania. By the gods! The taste wasn't exactly pleasant, but I already feel much recovered. It's as if a cool stream of water was poured on the fire in my chest. I don't know how to thank you. Your smile is the finest reward we could ask for, but I ask that you do not become complacent. That tonic is merely meant to help replenish your depleted ether. It'll do naught to undo the underlying affliction. I understand. If I exhaust my mana again, I'll be back where I was. A savage controlled by hunger, which means I should still give up on training for now. For now. So you think Lambard infused me with voidsent blood while I was held captive? According to what I found in the Yellow Jacket's incident reports, the span of time that elapsed between your kidnapping and subsequent rescue was not terribly long. And for much of your ordeal, you were locked inside a box. It seems unlikely that there was sufficient opportunity to perform a highly complicated and dangerous ritual. No, we must look elsewhere for the truth behind your condition. You must let me help you. If it allows me to begin practicing magic again, even one day earlier, it's torture watching the moments pass, wasting time I could be using to catch up to you. You'll get there. I'll certainly try. I'm not sure what help I'll be. I think we'll have our suffering friend delve into the scrolls for us. The Sharlians have left behind a veritable mountain of lore through which we can dig for answers. After, I shall leave you to your training. After all, we must give Arya an ever-growing peak to look up to. What level? 65, okay. Greetings! Arya and I have begun wading through a sea of ancient text, but we've yet to fish out any promising cures for her condition. I did, however, recall something which may help narrow down our search. Long ago, Lambard had one particular book which he would read with uncommon intensity. I've forgotten the title now, but I do remember that inside were scrawled the memoirs of a deranged killer who was executed as a heretic in Ishgard. This criminal is said to have committed a number of ritualistic murders, all carried out with most peculiar form of thaumaturgy. I merely thought it a vulgar choice of reading material at the time, but now I wonder if that peculiar form of thaumaturgy was what kept Lambard glued to its pages. It sounds positively awful, yet it might just give us the clues we've been missing. I'll see if I can't track those memoirs down. I understand it's quite a rare volume, and when it comes to hunting down elusive treasures, it may be worth consulting a professional treasure hunter. Are you acquainted with Midnight Dew? Why don't you take Arya and pay her a visit? I'll try my hand at a different route. It's a long shot, but Rowena is known to stock a truly eclectic range of wares. Ah, it's you. Something you need? A heretic's memoirs for the young lady here. Bit of an odd request, but who am I to judge? Ah, so you're working with Zarantia then? No, you wanted it for some... Thought you wanted it for some sort of tasteless personal collection. Let me think now. Ishgardian heretic, ritualistic killing... Oh, hells, it couldn't be. One of my fellow salvagers was just telling tales of a treasure he'd spied in the Great Google Library. A rare book called Nightkin. Claims he glimpsed the title as he was running for his life through Rhapsody's Quadrangle. It is a sought-after tome for collectors of the macabre, said to be written by an Ishgardian murderer who believed himself some manner of demon. Half a diary, half a grimoire, chock full of bloody lunacy. Well... It certainly fits the description. We should head back to Rowena's and share the news with Zaroon. Thank you for your help, Midnight. Oh. Yes, Nightkin, that was the title. Written by a killer who thought himself born of fiends. Such a belief would certainly brand him a crazed heretic in Ishgard. But I suspect the truth is he was much like Lambard, a mage who delved too deeply in forbidden arts. And you say the book was seen in the Great Google Library? I've not entered that place since the Sharlians departed this land. What of you? Like the back of your hand, eh? Well then, I vote for you to be our guide. Hadn't known the library's guardians had turned hostile. I'm sorry, Arya, but you'll have to remain behind. No sense putting you in a situation where you might be forced to fling spells. Oh, I would have liked to have seen those fabled shelves, but you're right, of course. Come after. Let us hurry through the hinterlands ere some intrepid scavenger makes away with our prize. Oh, it's a mana cutter. I was wondering, how are they flying? Okay, so I don't know how many quests there actually are for Red Mage. Because we went 60, 63, and now we're 65. Okay. After this quest, we've got 2 more. There's one at 68 and one at 70. That's good. Right, let's not dawdle once we're inside. We make straight for Rhapsody's Quadrangle and leave as soon as we've acquired the tome. From what I remember, the book Lambard would read was of a fair thickness and bound in leather covers. Hopefully it will not be too difficult to find. Tis more lair than library now. Lead the way, friend. God fucking damn it. That's why I have that. Good thing he's been healing me. Because I was not being careful at all. I had just kind of assumed that they would heal me. He was trying level 5 Petrify on a duty that I suppose if I wasn't over-leveled, I would be 65 for this, actually. Never mind. It wasn't a dumb thing that was never going to work. It's just because I'm a higher level, so I got level sync down to 67. Okay, that's the Dutiful Knight. Sketches of Divinity. Incredibly detailed pictures of female deities in various stages of undress. The Arcana Killer. That's just the Zodiac Killer. An Angel in Darkness. Today I visited the Twelveswood. Oh shit. Fuck. Fuck. I expected him to do a better job of healing me. Oh god. There's the cure that I was hoping for. You see, when you do want to heal me, you can heal me quite well. Die. Thank you. Okay. We're nearly there again. Oh, now I understand why I was dying. It was the Void Sphere. The Void Sphere. Oh, shit. The Void Sphere done fucked me up. Ah. Alright, we've nearly lost our Volnup. And it's gone. Do I need to worry about keeping Zaroon alive? Oh, I hope not. Oh, I hope not. Oh, I did. Neff is feeling a little like she doesn't have legs today. Because she was out boogieing all night. And she's made it halfway up the stairs. You're right. 3.5 stairs. Right, I need to count that as a death. And we'll drop the difficulty down, not because of me, but because of Zaroon dying. This is actually quite a tough little instance. Granted, it could be because I just suck at playing Red Mage. That is a possibility. Okay, things are dying a little quicker, it seems, which is really, really nice. Okay, third time's a charm. I'm gonna lead him ages away to try and avoid getting Void's vulnerable stacks. Hello, my love. Are you okay? You need a drink? Can I bring you one in a minute? I deliver it to you and everything. I'm over here. Yes. This is how we avoid everyone getting absolutely fucked up. There we go. I am the descendant of demons, a scion of tainted blood. It is for my brethren born into darkness, for the Nightkin, that I pen these words. The holy men will insist my teachings are madness, the ravings of a deranged killer, but you shall learn that all I scribe henceforth is eldritch truth, and their faith the twisted lie. We found it. There can be no mistake. We didn't tarry in this place. I breathed my fill of mouldy parchment. Beverage delivery. Well, I'm not sure where the recipient is anymore. raccoon be feeling like shit. So I have to go and make it nuggies. Bear with me a moment. Timer for 10 minutes. Okay, the offering of nuggies is being prepared. It will need to be delivered to the shrine of the raccoon. You did well in thereafter. Never known acquiring a book from a library to be such a strenuous endeavor. May I see the tome? Yes, the author does certainly seem convinced of his demonic heritage. I can see how the clergy of the time would have passed these writings off as a heretic's delusion. The spellcraft contained within is aught but incoherent rambling. Within his memoirs, this mage provided specific instruction on the working of forbidden sorcery. Little wonder that Lambard spent so much of his time studying the tome's secrets. There's more, much more. Let's return to Idleshire. Arya needs to hear this. Just finished slogging through the last pages of the Nightkin. There were truths I discovered which made it difficult to continue, but amongst a mounting sense of horror I found hope. Thus I bid you listen until the end of my tale. I shall begin with the author himself. And so this man who wrote the Nightkin was not merely some disturbed killer, but a mage who had mastered the arts of the ancients. Exactly so. A century ago in Ishgard, this monster in mortal guise devoured all manner of forgotten texts, teaching himself everything from red magic to Marquis summoning rituals. The secret to his seemingly inexhaustible power lies in his bloodline. He was directly descended from a Marquis Archmagus who had ingested the lifeblood of the Voidsent Queen Lilith. In fact, it was with this very Archmagus that the vile practice of infusing oneself with Voidsent blood first began. I believe I told you how the Red Mages later outlawed these rituals, but the damage had already been done. Lilith's insidious energies had been passed on to the Archmagus' heir. This clan of aether-drinking spellcasters became known as those who were born into darkness, the Nightkin. The revelation which truly shook me, however, was yet to come. I discovered that Lambard was a scion of the Nightkin clan, and quite likely, so are you. The book's author was of the Kalawais family, a surname shared by Lambard. With no small amount of trepidation, I determined to look once more into your family records, and I learned the Kalawai's name was also prevalent on your mother's side. This can be no coincidence. Are you saying that Voidsent blood runs in my veins? It explains your preternaturally strong affinity for black magics. When I remember that Lambard was of a similar arcane disposition, the connection is even more obvious. He had no need to ingest fiendish blood. He simply awoke the corruption which had always lurked within him. The ritual for doing so were clearly described in the pages of the Nightkin. Were these rituals performed upon me too? Again, it's doubtful, considering their complex requirements. My theory is that your latent talents were stirred into wakefulness quite by accident, through your induction into the ranks of the Red. I wonder, however, why the same awakening that took years for Lambard occurred so swiftly in you. An innate affinity, mayhap. Whatever the case, that this unstable condition was triggered by your desire for control certainly explains Lambard's parting barb about the injustice of your fate. But all is not lost. There is a way to undo the curse of your lineage. The first Kalawais drew Lilith into our physical world by providing a mortal host for her soul to possess. He stood unflinching before the fiendish queen he had summoned, and forged with her a bargain of blood and darkness. Once the Archmagus had partaken of her essence, however, he entrapped her inside a heavily glyphed box. Her material form thus captured, Lilith was unable to return to her shadowy realm. It was written that her imprisonment on this plane of existence was a necessary act, lest the potency of her blood began to wane. Do you understand what this means? I think so. The corruption inside me will last only as long as the Voidsent Queen remains in our world? I see. We need to find that box and banish Lilith back into the void. Exactly right. Defeat the Voidsent and the curse upon your blood is lifted. Of course, a creature of Lilith's stature would ordinarily present a near insurmountable challenge. We are fortunate then that the summoner bound her essence to a feeble vessel to prevent her from manifesting her full power. Even we few should stand a chance against this lesser incarnation. Now, it appears the author succeeded in tracking down Lilith's prison, and though the book makes no mention of the event, it's entirely possible that the box passed into his possession. Our surest bet will be to follow in his footsteps. Rest and prepare, my friends. We have an exciting adventure ahead of us. I apparently cannot read. Just cannot read. Your fellow student has had the most astonishing dream. Why don't you tell her about it? It was so disturbingly vivid. I dreamed of the man who wrote the Nightkin. In a corner of the house in which he hid away from the world, he kept a coffin-like box, black as night it was, its sides marked with jagged lines of purple. As he watched over it, unblinking, an inquisitor broke through the door with a company of knights. Half the soldiers were ordered to haul the man away to the tribunal, while the other half seized the coffin. This coffin you describe is the very image of a Mage tool of containment. 'Tis as if you saw a vision of past events. It was probably just a nightmare, brought on by tales of those memoirs. Well, as things stand, your dream is the best lead the memoirs have given us. Let us pay a visit to the tribunal in Ishgard. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, I say. Forget that I haven't unlocked some of the stuff in the Foundation yet. Like the residential district. Thank the gods! This officious bureaucrat refuses to allow me access to their records. Mayhap he'll listen to you. After, did you say? What strange coincidence you bear the same name as... It is you! In the flesh! My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. Whatever the hero of Ishgard requires, we shall not hesitate to provide. This was in regard to the heretic killer who left those awful memoirs, yes? Your request shall be given the highest priority. Pray understand, however, that records of objects seized in the previous century are not immediately at hand. It may take some time to scour the archives. Just like that, eh? A moment ago you were ready to cast me out into the snow. Mayhap you should take Ari on a tour of the city. I'll stay here with our new friend and help guide his search. I suppose we would just be in the way here. Could we go to the last vigil? I hear the view is spectacular. Pretty good, yeah. This is amazing! I was told you could look over the whole entire city from up here. I couldn't wait to see it for myself. So you are fond of high places, then? If they come with a view such as this I am, I'd ask why you keep asking me that, but I'm afraid the answer would lead to even stranger questions. To be honest, though, I wanted to burn this first sight of Ishgard into my mind, to fill the empty places in my memory with wonderful vistas. When you first rescued me, I knew not who I was or where I belonged. As I said before, I scarcely felt that I existed. But the well of my memories is no longer empty. Though it has been but a small fraction of my life, my journey with you has shaped me into what I am now. So you can understand why I'm so eager to return to our training. Red magic has given me the power to fight against a fate that would have left me hollow. After Aria, we've learned the resting place of Lilith's prison. As incredible as it may seem, the coffin from your dream matched the description of the heretic's box, purple lines and all. The Inquisitors were apparently so unnerved by its fell energies that they cast the thing into a ravine. The place in question is known by the delightful name of Witch Drop, and is to be found in the Kurthis Central Highlands, swarming with Voidson, or so I'm told. Shall we? Speaking of Voidsent and witches, I need to go and make an offering to the raccoon witch upstairs. The raccoon witch accepted the offering and is sated for now. So I need to go to witch drop. Okay. Easy enough. And after this quest, we have the level 71, and then because of the way that they handled job quests in Shadowbringers, and as far as I'm aware, also Endwalker, these are some of the last job quests specific to a red mage. Chasms crawling with fiends, just as described. Are they drawn by Lilith's dark essence, I wonder? Let us descend to its depths and begin digging. Mayhap the very power which attracts the Voidsent will help guide our efforts. You'll be able to follow us down there, won't you, Arya? I seem to recall you had a crippling fear of ghosts and spirits. What? No, I'm fine. There are no skeletons or spectres here, so I'll be fine. Perfectly fine. So fine you feel the need to tell me 3 times? Well, considering your current troubles with spellcasting, you'd best stay close in any case. Who the fuck are you? You dig in the snow, but find nothing. Those are the only 2 piles of snow. Oh wait, no, there's a 3rd hidden one. An ominous coffin lies buried beneath the snow. Only one bearing my blood gift may break the seal. Slay this pretender! Thrall to pain. Kinky. Okay, so we need Arya to open it. Under a shallow mound of snow, you say? Extraordinary! Only one bearing my blood gift. Could this mysterious voice belong to Lilith herself? Let me try opening the coffin. If the voice is telling the truth, then I'm the only one who can. Very well. Lead us to your dig site. Looks just as it did in my dream. I'm gonna open the lid. I can feel the waves of malice even through the wards. This is no lowly imp. Proceed with caution, Arya. Lilith may be in a weakened state, but she is still a queen among her kind. Let us not be caught unprepared. Is she hot, though? Gods above. Oh, she's hot. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that really does it for me. At last, I am free from that miserable prison. 1,000 years of scheming cometh to fruition. Yield unto me thy vessel, child. Thou shalt be host to mine immortal glory. Host, you seek to possess Arya's body. A masterpiece of centuries. For generations have I guided the dreams of my blood-gifted, bringing them together and strengthening their line. When at last the Chosen One was born, I sent another to secure my precious vessel. He commanded his own puppets, never knowing he was mine. Lombard. Heed me, child, my darling creation. I am the reason for thine existence, for the entanglement of thy sires, for thy deliverance unto solitude. Do not listen, Arya. Her words are poison. Come, deny not thy destiny. Thy life was molded by my hand. This was always meant to happen. My parents, my uncle, all of it? Sweet child. Arya, no! Damn it! Arya moved as if entranced. Lilith must have some hold over those who bear her blood. It was Arya's dream that led us here. Into a trap. We are to believe that hissing serpent, this meeting was 1,000 years in the making. But all is not lost. See how she did not immediately claim Arya's body for her own. From what I understand of such things, in order to possess a mortal host, Lilith must conduct a ritual of exacting preparations. There is time yet to deduce the location to which she fled. Let us return to the pillars and consider the possibilities. Okay, by the last vigil. Lilith's words yet echo in my ears. Deny not thy destiny, thy life was molded by my hand. Arya became a red mage to gain control over her fate, and I'll be damned if we abandon her to this one. But first things first, we must expend every effort toward finding the place where the Voidson has taken our colleague. The ritual preparations will not take forever. I've decided we should go to the Thaumaturges Guild in Uldar, for help with tracking down Arya, of course. I've been doing some research into Voidson and possessions, and as I suspected, the process is not a simple one. Even so, I doubt we have time for me to become a fully fledged expert on the subject. We need one right now. The Thaumaturges are one of the few organizations familiar with our quarry. Considering how they are also the modern successors to the arcane knowledge of Mark, their shelves may even hold ancient lore that could tell us more about Lilith. Let us be away. And this is the level 70 quest. So once we're done with this, we'll unlock Eureka, and I will potentially want to bash my head through a wall. We'll see. After I've been explaining our woes to Prelate Yayake here. Well, when Zerun spoke of another colleague, I did not expect to be meeting our very own Avatar of Devastation. Now then, the tomes with passages pertaining to the void-sent Lilith are all forbidden occult works, abhorrent volumes chained to the shelves in our deepest archives, never again to see the light of day. I'll just pop back there and grab one or two. If you could wait over there for a moment. By Thal, she's even more sinister than I imagined. With no mention of her presence in the past millennium, I had thought Lilith destroyed. Yet it would seem she's very much alive and exceedingly dangerous. Her most fearsome aspect is the power to enslave a person's will. If we include all those with even a whisper of her essence within her veins, she's slithered inside the minds of a veritable army. The sigil employed by this Lambard of yours is a second-hand manifestation of Lilith's ability. He'd not need to coat a tool. He wouldn't but need to coat a tool with his tainted blood, then engrave her name in the flesh of his victim to create the unthinking puppets you described. And that was but a faint echo of her true power. Correct. A power she will not hesitate to bring to bear on the mortals she so despises. Archmagus Calloweyes made doubly sure that when he lured her into his trap. As well as a talent for draining the life force of her prey, Lilith is also known for spitting venom, a truly hideous opponent. But the Archmagus came prepared with potent antidotes. Undone by her summoner's treachery and the limitations of her mortal host, Lilith found herself divested of her beloved rod and sealed inside a murky sarcophagus, and thence spent the next 1,000 years plotting her escape. It is as you say, but mere freedom is not her endgame. Above all else, I imagine Lilith desires a form which allows her to manifest the fullness of her terrible power. She means to reinvest her soul within the perfect vessel, and thus enhance the strength of her incarnation by an order of magnitude. The perfect vessel. Lilith carefully orchestrated Arya's conception over the span of centuries. If we do not oppose her now, I dread to think what havoc such a cunning and powerful fiend could wreak upon Eorzea. Look what she's accomplished already. So subtle were her manipulations that not a single one of the Nightkin realized her plan or sought to destroy her. Well, this has all been very enlightening, but we are still no closer to finding Arya. Have you any ideas? In order to invest herself within a new host, Lilith will need to recreate the conditions of her original summoning as faithfully as possible. Alignment of the stars, weather, location, that sort of thing. The location I can tell you, assuming the ground itself hasn't fallen into an abyss. Lilith will have taken your friend to a summoning circle in the ruined city of Mark. I've been there. So you've been to the Weeping City? No, getting there without an airship and a pilot, eh? But do not worry, we know the very person who can help us on that count. Deputy President Jessie of the Garlean Ironworks. I shall contact her immediately. I've been in touch with Jessie. After that assassination business, as she puts it, she was more than happy to lend us a company ship. Prelate Yayake, you've been an immense help. How can we repay you? That won't be necessary. The guild was already richly compensated by a certain merchant. He requested we aid any mages of the Red who might happen to seek our knowledge. Are you acquainted with a Master Wilkin? It would seem he's been quite generous in spreading his wealth around Uldar to ensure you encounter no refusals or inconveniences. Well, well, the gratitude of a wealthy merchant is a fine thing to have. Right, 'tis time we were off to Revenant's Toll. Jesse will be waiting. Don't forget to stock some antidotes. I'll be terribly disappointed to hear you die to Lilith's venom after the tale I told you. I wonder if that means that I should buy some antidotes. I don't need that many. Even that might be too many. Hey, Jesse. Zaroon told me the story, and I have an airship ready to fly. I'll pilot you into the swamp myself. I said I'd return the favor to Arya, and I don't go back on my promises. Shall we go? I'm moored on the northern bank of the lake. After, the plan is simple. We cut through the ruins as quickly as we can and unleash merry hell on the Voidsent Queen. The outcome of this battle will decide Arya's fate. Bring everything you have. Make sure that includes a vial or two of antidote. They really want to make sure that I don't forget antidotes. So clearly they're going to be important. Although I swear to God, if I end up not needing any antidotes after they've gone on and on about it, that would be kind of funny as well. Ready then? Got your gear? Emptied your bladder? We make straight for the ruins of Mark. All aboard, folks. I don't know much about this demon witch, but you send her back to the void. I want to see Arya safe and sound. Lilith only has one chance at this ritual. Once she knows we're there to stop her, she may begin the ceremony anyway. Conditions be damned. If that happens, then we must defeat the fiend ere she forces her soul into Arya's body. We will triumph over Lilith and free our companion from her curse. It feels kind of weird being in the Weeping City as a small party. I'm not sure I've seen you before. Animal-looking motherfucker. Yeah, I'm legitimately not sure that I've seen that model before. Okay, cool. We didn't have to go too far then. No, I'm not sure what's going on with that tether. Do I need to get her away? No, it doesn't seem like the tether's breaking. Okay, I've been poisoned. You clear the poison. So we did need poison after... We did need antidotes after all. And it wasn't just like an avoidable AoE that would have poisoned us. Get fucked. Are you okay? Arya, Lilith is slain. Come back to us now. Damn it, why won't she wake? Where am I? Where is everyone? See, this is my own mind. I'm being forced aside by that fiend. Yes, accept thy fate, child. Mine own form was destroyed, but within thy vessel has my soul taken refuge. Once thy will hath diminished unto oblivion, mine essence shall transform this shell. I will rise anew, glorious and complete, and then shall I wreak my vengeance upon all the children of man. Seek not to defy me, my darling creation. Surrender to the void. Surrender to me. Lilith created me. I have accepted this fate. It was what I was always meant to be. Forgive me after. There were so many more memories I'd hoped to make. Farewell. No, this cannot be all there is. I want more. I want to live. Do not torture yourself, child. Your will is forfeit. Thy fate is sealed. I decide my own fate. Arya, welcome back, my friend. Zaroon. After, look out. Lilith is still here. Your soul is safe now. Lilith is gone. You triumphed over her at last. Chance I wouldn't have had if you'd not destroyed her in the flesh. With a stout heart and the power of red magic, there's no foe we cannot overcome. As the two of you have so amply proven. Now, let us put this dreary ruin behind us. But have a care for your surroundings. This old city is home to more than sinister voidsome. We did it. It was a hard-won battle, but your heart and steel carried the day. And we must express our gratitude to Jesse for conveying us to the ruins in the first place. What is going on? What the... Why is there a Giga's ass in my conversation? Nay, I was but returning the favour. Unlike certain presidents I could mention, I don't like to leave the books unbalanced. Now, I'd be best be getting this girl back to the company docks, so this is farewell for me. Take care, Jesse, and thank you. Shall we head back to town then? There's not like a successful rescue attempt to put a smile on my face. It is wonderful to have our companion back, safe and sound. It's wonderful to be back. Can't wait to begin my training once more. Arya, about your training, surely you felt the change within yourself? Your proclivity for spellcasting was a property of Lilith's blood. Now that her corruption has faded from your veins, so too is your aptitude for the arcane. Yeah, I feel the difference. My ether is so weak now that I doubt I could cast even the simplest of magics. I wondered how you'd take the news, but you seem almost happy? I am. This way I get to study magic from scratch, and know that all my achievements will truly be mine. Of course, this means I'll have a lot more work to do before I can catch up to after. But having such a distant goal will be what pushes me to endure the training ahead. I'll be waiting. I'll get there one day. You've heard of a red mage. You've the heart of a red mage, that's for certain. Start yourself off with the basics of thaumaturgy and conjuring. A foundation you've built yourself will be far more stable than the instinctual power you possessed before. And when you've grasped the fundamentals, I can start your training in red magic again. I look forward to that day, Zaroon. As for you, after, you've grown stronger than ever. You've known for some time now that the magics of a red mage are fueled by the caster's own ether. The potency of your spells is a reflection of your indomitable spirit. And I dare say that the soul crystal you bear will reward your dedication to the art by granting you new knowledge. Thus concludes my stint as mentor for the now. After, you've graduated from my lessons, and Arya, you must ready yourself to begin all over again. You flung yourself into revolution's smouldering ashes and reignited the fires of Ala Mhigo's glory. Remember the light you brought with that liberation when next you plunge ahead into darkness. Sarun, you speak as if you mean to leave us. Aye, I must return to my pilgrimage. But fear not. Those who defy the tides of destiny are always drawn together, sooner or later. And so this is not farewell, merely a temporary parting of ways. Eagerly do I await the day our paths cross again, my friends. And he was never seen again. Why am I holding it like I'm about to do a Power Rangers transformation? So, yeah, that's talking about the next Red Mage quest. There's only one more. And it's in post Shadowbringers. Because they did one at level 80 instead of doing level 70s to 80. You instead have a role quest line. So instead of specific jobs like Paladin, Bard, blah blah blah, you just have your role. So there's how many different, is it 5? Yeah, 5 different quest chains that are responsible for like all of the tanks, all of the healers, all the physical ranged, all the melee, all the magical that we'll have to do in Shadowbringers. But that does mean that there will be a lot less of the grind for just getting every class up again. But what that does mean is now we can unlock Eureka. Because now that I have all of the actions available to me as a red mage. Is the raccoon witch okay? Do you have Nutella biscuits? You do. Raccoon grabby hand. If you want, you can leave the tray there and I'll deal with it later. You want another drink? Okay. Do you want a hand of mystery? It's been a while since you've done the hand of mystery. I mean, there we go. Hand of mystery. Enjoy, Bean. I hope that helps sate the raccoon. I don't know if that turned up, but she said she's running wild. Okay, so quickly let's send these guys up again. Oh, that's a headpiece. That makes us look like an Amalja. Kinda. Not sure I like it. Ooh. Oh, damn it. That would have been a really cool helmet if it had worked. The problem of playing a Viera And we shall call it Eureka! Afterburn of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, if I'm not mistaken. Very good. I have a message to you from Aunt Rowena. Well, it's more of a request, I suppose, though I don't have any details of consequences. She'd like you to assist with the exploration of a recently discovered island. I'm sure you'd be interested in that sort of thing, being an adventurer. If you are, then you should head to Kagane and see Kotokaze, the proprietress of the Shiokaze hostelry. It's a long way to go, I know, but the island's out that way anyway, so... Oh yeah, I should pop this coffer, which gives us the antiquated Merglaze, which basically the way that they handled the relic in Stormblood is when you've done all of the job quests, the level 71 gives you an antiquated weapon or armor set. And that is the base of your relic. That is the start of the relic. Now, do these go in here, or do they go in the armoire? We go in here. Okay. What do they even look like? Of course, we don't get to see the helmet. Don't actually like that coat. No, I don't like it. I like the boots. I like the boots. But yeah, I don't really... Like, I prefer that. Or even the Shire coat over that. I think it's just the female version of it. I think I prefer the male version, but I just really don't like that collar. But yeah, the boots are good. I might have a use for those in a glam. But of course it can only be for my red mage, so that does kind of limit it. Oh, something else that I do want to unlock today, mainly so that I can try and farm it off stream, potentially, is these guys over here. Because their quest is, that's the Monster Hunter tie-in, where we get to fight a Rathalos, which I think I was talking about, maybe not last stream, but probably the one before that. And there's some unique glam and stuff that you can get from that, which I want. So you decided to accept the invitation of the House of Splendors. Rowena will be pleased. Come, I'll show you to your table. Oh, hi guys. It's good to see a familiar face in these parts. Particularly that other woman who might be my most valued customer. I gather you're not expecting Kryle or myself to be attending this little tete-a-tete. As you will see, however, this is a matter which concerns us all. It all began when a vessel of the East Alienard Trading Company happened upon an island in the Glass Ocean. A deserted island which was not recorded on our charts, and quite frankly had no business being there. Suffice it to say, we were surprised. Pleasantly so, in fact. An unclaimed, undeveloped island in such a location would be a boon to our trading concerns in this corner of the world. Kugane's bleeding us both dry with its tariffs. Depending on the goods, we're paying more than 10 times what we'd owe in Limsa or Oldar, which is already too damn much, believe you me. What my dear Rowena is trying to say is that having an additional port of call in this region, one more amenable to free trade, would be in the best interest of a great many parties. Which is why, upon learning of this island, I immediately authorized an exploratory expedition. The team was large and well funded. I spared no expense. Alas, only a handful returned. The survivors reported irregularities with the island's ether, which we believe gave rise to a number of strange and monstrous beasts. Beasts which set upon them not long after they arrived. This regrettable turn of events forced us to re-evaluate our assessment of the island and put our plans on hold for a time. If development was to proceed, it would require a great deal more capital than originally anticipated. So he came to me and mine for a handout, and I obliged. But before you scoff, know that some of my regular customers were members of that failed expedition, and what they told me was enough to justify the expense. Tales of treasures, of untold wealth and riches and God knows what else. Aye, we'll have to wade through all them beasties, but with great risk comes great reward, as they say. Spoken like a true entrepreneur. Your ambition and ruthlessness are admirable, my lady. I dare say I could stand to learn a thing or two from you. In any event, having formed our partnership, we wish to dispatch a second joint expeditionary force to the island. That said, if we were to send just anyone, their fate is like to be the same as that of the first. So this time we've a mind to send a dab hand, a veteran of 1,000 battles, tried and true killer. You see where I'm going with this? While I lack your aptitude for warcraft, I'll be joining the expedition as a researcher. The Scions have an interest in this island. How perceptive of you. You are right. This is not the sort of affair that would normally concern us. However, after speaking with the others, they've consented to my participation on account of my personal interest. You'll forgive me if I say no more at this time. If my suspicions prove true, then I will tell you everything, I promise. Right then, I believe that covers everything. The company's ship that will deliver you to the island is waiting to receive you. You may proceed to the pier whenever you're ready to depart. Oh, and so you're not surprised, you'll have company. A craftsman whose help I reckon we ought to have. You should be at the pier already. Rowena and a craftsman, and we know this is for relics. I wonder who it could be. Rowena and I still have a few things to discuss, so why don't you go on ahead? I'll catch up with you later. Clearly, it's Drake. You know, he's come out from under the yoke of Geralt, no longer living in his shadow, blacksmith in his own right. It's clearly Drake. Nope, it's Geralt. Okay, why are you making eyes at Lala? No matter how many times you say it, you whiny little shite, I ain't about to let a bloody stranger waltz up and deign to tell me which way my bread is buttered. Piss off. Does your Eorzean stubbornness know no end? I have urgent business on that island, and I demand you take me there at once. I could hear the shouting half a mile away. Geralt, what is all the fuss about? Oh, Miss Crow. Sorry about that. It's this here bastard what's causing trouble. Edgica, what are you doing here? Did you really think I wouldn't find out about your letter? The nerve of you trying to get a head start on your own. Well, sorry to spoil your plans. Don't be difficult. I had every intention of requesting your assistance if and when I confirmed my hypothesis was correct. Forgive me, you must be completely at a loss. This gentleman on the right is... Wait, you already know each other, do you not? Well, as you may have guessed, Geralt will be lending his considerable expertise to our expedition. And on the left, we have... Edgica Sunjika, or Edgica Sunjika, of the Students of Baldesion. Wait, what? I thought that Kral was the only survivor. Although I suppose there was also Graha, but... Is Graha a survivor? And you must be the so-called Warrior of Light. Charmed, I'm sure. I'll thank you not to get underfoot. Manners, Edgica. If you intend to accompany us on this expedition... Of course I do. If you think I'm about to let a by-the-book traditionalist like you conduct an independent investigation, you've got another thing coming. I should be glad to welcome the assistance of a preeminent scholar such as yourself. Now, if you'd be so kind as to stop badgering poor Geralt and board this ship, we can get underway. Edgica is one of the few surviving students of Baldesion. While his expertise in aetherology is impressive by any measure, alas, so is his ego. But enough about him. We have an island to explore. If you've no matters left to attend to, speak with Rodney. He'll show you aboard. So, I originally misgendered Krile and thought that they were male, and I misgendered them thinking they were female. Lalas are confusing. It occurs to me that no one bothered to tell you the name of the island that we mean to explore, am I correct? It's a bit grandiose and melodramatic, but we've tentatively named it for a place from Allegan legend, a forbidden land where fearsome weapons were hidden away for safekeeping. We call it Eureka. So, Eureka is a separate instanced set of maps that there are 4 of, which you unlock sequentially. So we start in Eureka Animos, and then we have some story there, and once we finish Animos we go to Eureka Pagos, do the same there. Once we're done with Pagos we go to Pyros, and once we're done with Pyros we go to Hydatos. And Hydatos is the final zone, but from Hydatos you can access a raid unique to that instanced that instance, which is the Baldessian Arsenal, which is one of the hardest pieces of content to complete, because it requires so many people and so much guidance on it. Basically, if we're going to clear it, we will need to join a group that is planning to clear it, and I will need to be in voice chat with them so that they can give direction. That's the kind of level of that it needs. But anyway, to Animos. And as I said before, all of the Eureka content has its own unique leveling system. But that isn't the only thing it has. It also has an elemental system. Oh, I should tune. There we go. I knew it! I knew it! From the moment we arrived. Despite everything that's happened here, there can be no mistake. I hate to admit it, but you had the right of it. I said I would tell you everything and my suspicions proved true, and so I will. The reason I urged the Scions to approve my participation in this expedition is because this island is the Isle of Val, the selfsame island that once served as the headquarters and home of the students of Baldessian. An island that belongs on the other side of the world, that was obliterated by a terrible magic. I was fortunate to have been elsewhere at the time, but I know you were not so lucky. I don't suppose you have any idea how it could have ended up here in the Glass Ocean? Alas, my memories of the incident are muddled. All I recall is a voice, that of the star, I suspect, faint and fleeting, but warm, and then I awoke on the shore of Old Sharlayan. How convenient for you, and utterly helpful for the rest of us. Would that more than Galuf's chosen heir could have received this blessing of light. You are a cunt. And where are you off to now, Educa? To find anyone else that might still be alive. I'll thank you not to follow. I work better alone. It'd be better for everyone if we cooperated. Suppose you're not without your uses, given your proven capacity for survival and violence. A proposal, then. Should I learn anything of significance, I'll return here and share it with the rest of you. Does that satisfy Krile? He's a handful, I know. You needn't worry about me. I'm more than capable of defending myself. So, we have a mystery on our hands. Somehow the Isle of Val was transported from one corner of the world to this one. Educa is right in that our first priority should be to confirm whether or not any of our comrades that were here are still alive. If someone is, then perhaps they'll be able to help us understand what happened. I appreciate your help more than you know. But before we can begin in earnest, it's important that you're properly prepared. The stories you heard about the creatures that roam these lands were not exaggerations, and I would not see you struck down due to carelessness. Geralt has been working on something that will be of use to you. Why don't you go and see if it's ready? I have various measurements to take in the meantime. Come and find me if you wish to speak later. Do we have anyone else in this instance? Yes, and this instance has been open for at least an hour. Okay. So there's this is the thing about Eureka that makes it both great and awkward. Because it's an instanced duty rather than just a map. You can get into this with up to, I think it's 144 other players in the instanced zone. And basically the main objective here is to complete fates. But you have to spawn the fates by killing certain monsters in certain weather patterns or during day or during night to spawn these fates. And then clearing the fates gives you the currency that you need to get to the next stage of the relic. The issue is that those fates are on about a 2-hour timer, I think it is, for most of them. Yeah, 2-hour timer. And that's for the instance, not for a specific person. So you could have an instance where everything is dead and you can't pop any more fates for a while. But what you could then do is potentially leave the instance and re-enter and get into a different instance where suddenly everything's alive and able to be popped. So when you join Eureka, you always want to check how old the instance is by seeing what the timer left is on the person that's been here the longest. So actually, this instance has been open for at least 2 hours because you have a 3-hour timer on your on the duty, as you can see under the minimap there. Got ourselves dragged into a fine mess, aye. Rowena's still wielding that tavern debt of mine like a chef's knife, taking a ponza flesh here and there. Wait, don't tell me she got her hooks in you too. Ah, well, it's no business of mine. We're here. We may as well make the most of it. Much as you can make as being stuck on a god's forsaken island where the very elements are your enemies, am I the only living creature want nothing more than to make you dead? And the only living creatures want nothing more than to make you dead. You probably heard from the others about how the beasties here have been bathed in the twisted ether of this place, and are somehow stronger for it. Don't know about all that, but I do know that if you walked out the gates and let one take a swing at you, you'd feel it in more ways than one. Aye, not only can they rend flesh and break bone, they can also disrupt your very ether. So if you're intending to go toe-to-toe with one, you'll need a way to improve your ability to endure said beastie's attacks. Rather, your ability to defend against attacks a given elemental aspect. Goes without saying, the same principle applies if you want to hit the beasties back harder, aye? Anyway, to that end, Kral and I have been working on a solution. A magic contraption you can use to manipulate your elemental affinities and fight more effectively in Eureka. We call it a Magia board. It might take some getting used to, but I'm sure a clever lass like you will manage. The board alone's not enough, I should say. You'll need these crystals. What were they called? Magicite, that was it. Type of crystal found here in Eureka. Pure as driven snow, or so I'm told. Luckily for you, I got one to spare, brought back by a survivor of the first expedition. Go on and take it, along with the board. Reckon you'll find more while you're out and about, so I decided to take up to 5 in a given configuration. To affix or remove Magicite, you'll need to avail yourself of that there Magia Melder. Shouldn't be too hard, but if you've got questions, direct them to the expedition engineer over yonder. There we go. So, this is what I was talking about by the elemental system. So, basically, if you imagine your usual elemental table of weaknesses in a game, like Pokemon, for example, fire is effective against, in that game, grass. But in this, fire is effective against ice. but wind is effective against fire and ice is effective against wind. And so you've got 6 elements. So we've got lightning, fire, water, ice, earth, and wind. And it basically works that we can spin this board to change which one our Magicite is in. And if we are in the same element as the enemy we're fighting, we get increased defense against that enemy. If we are in the slot that is powerful against that element, then we will do more damage to it. But by the same token, if we're in the wrong one, we can take more damage, I think. While taking preliminary readings, something unusual came to light. The headquarters of the student of Bildesian was situated in a tower, which appears to have been encased in a magical barrier. Someone or something seems to have activated our defences. I can only hope this was the work of survivors. The very possibility is enough to make investigating the tower a priority. The question is, how are we to get there? Barriers notwithstanding, travelling on foot would place us at a mercy of the wilderness. It would be safer to make use of the island's Ethernet. Unfortunately, it appears to be in the best of it doesn't appear to be in the best of shape at the moment. I'm not entirely sure why, but perhaps we can find a way to put it in good working order. So, I have 2 favours to ask of you. 1, attune to every Aethernet shard you find. Any difficulties you experience may help me to get to the root of the problem, and if you can use them without issue, then all the better. 2, if you come across a protean crystal, I want you to bring it to me. I make this request on behalf of our financiers, to be clear, which isn't to say that we shouldn't oblige them. We should. They've been quite generous with their support, after all. I'm sure you've heard this too many times before, but be careful. These creatures are unlike anything I've ever seen. Do not underestimate them. And remember to attune to every Aethernet shard you find, starting with that one over there if you haven't. Okay. So, Eureka potions are really, really handy. I'm going to want to make sure that I have some. Basically, they're potions that give regen. But they're actually pretty good. Now, because there's a unique leveling system, I am a weak bitch. And I need to level. That did just give me 300% elemental experience, though. Which is the unique experience that you get. So I wonder, does Squadron Battle Manuals apply in Eureka as well? No, they don't. Okay, that's fine then. But yeah, so you can see that the enemies have that, instead of having a aggro indicator, they have the symbol for water, because they are water aspect. And that Val Revenant that was up on the ledge there, that's Earth. And if I was to fight Earth right now, because I'm in lightning element at the moment, it would be a particularly poor matchup. Because I don't know if it does actually do extra damage to me. I just know that I don't get extra damage against it, and I don't get extra defense against it. So there's just no benefit to where my slot is. So we're now level 2, but more importantly, we got our first protean crystal, which you get potentially from just killing stuff in the instance. But also, as your chain goes up, like as you can see the little chain that we have going up there, you get, I think you get a guaranteed one at 10, and then another guaranteed one or guaranteed ones at 20, and then it resets at 20. So it's a bit different from the experience chain that we're used to from the base game. I did shout to ask if there was a tracker, but no one's responded, so potentially there's not. Went beyond the walls, did you? Find any protean crystals? Yes, this should suffice for our purposes. So tell me, have you gotten used to fighting the denizens of this land? More or less, aye. I should have expected nothing less from the Warrior of Light. I'm trying to discern the reason for the Aethernet's failure. I discovered what can best be described as a disruption in the natural flow of the life stream in this region. I have yet to ascertain the cause of this disruption, but I believe you may be able to help me to do so by conducting field investigations in areas which I have yet to determine. But as soon as I do, I will tell you. Right, let me hand this crystal back to you. Change your plans. You're to give it over to Geralt. He needs it to do what he does best. Settled in, are you? Good for you. I'd like nothing more than board the first boat back to Eorzean. I know you's pining for liberation when ain't about to come. This debt of mine will keep me shackled to this place for the foreseeable future, I reckon. Any road, you got that protean crystal I've been waiting for? Good. Aye, this'll do. Though I'll need more than just the one. And I'll only be able to work with weapons or gear that's the sort of made for practitioners of certain powerful arts. But I'll work like a dog if I have to. For your sake and mine. And then we can both bugger off this bloody rock and go somewhere every living thing ain't trying to kill us. At this point, everyone's just sick of Geralt's shit. But yeah, basically... we can get non-antiquated is the first form. We could also power up our armor, which the final level makes it dyeable. So if you wanted to be able to dye this, that's the only way to get it dyeable. That sucks, but it's fine. Oh, okay, yeah, but you also don't have to be the specific gear. the specific class that I am in order to get that class's gear, which is nice. So I can do everything in this region as a red mage, but I can be working on the Eureka equipment for my ninja, for example. If I had any lockboxes, I could open them with her. I don't have any yet. Cool. So I could try to unlock the first and lowest level notorious monster, which is what the fates are called. Like I said before, we do have the challenge log for Eureka, which is it under, I think it's under other. Yeah. So killing stuff of different elements can give me lots and lots of experience early on, basically, is how it plays out. So I would need to get up that ridge, I think. Which is kind of dangerous, because this stuff is high level. Considerably. Here we go. So, these flowering sabotenders, if I can kill them, if I kill enough of them, they could spawn the Fate. But can I kill them? I do not rate my chances. Too low level. Too low level. And the thing is, if I die... Okay, well, I guess I'll show you. If I die in Eureka, and I respawn, normally you lose experience. But maybe I'm not a high enough level to start losing experience yet. Okay. Is there anyone else here low level? There are some. We'll just ask if there's anyone that's also just recently started that wants to party together for leveling, because it makes it a lot easier if you have a party. What level is... They're level 1. They're level 20. So I think they're trying to get power leveled by this level 20. Because if you're in a party with a level 20, you won't get experience for the stuff that you kill. But there is a way to power level, which is the same thing you can do with a blue mage, which is basically if you aggro the enemy and then the higher level person kills it for you, that still gives you the credit because you were the one that aggroed them. Oh, I just realized I don't have on the equipment that I deliberately got. To make this easier. Okay, they're getting a... They're getting a bit more confident now. Protein crystal. That's the first time that we've seen Ver Holy. Yeah, this is by far the easiest way to try and level. Ooh, elemental. These give you an experience buff and regen. You generally want to shout out their position if you find them, because other people will need them. No one is talking in this instance, though, which is unusual. Elemental levels have a massive impact on the amount of damage that you do in Eureka, because you can notice like how much damage we're doing to these guys now that we've just got a couple of levels. And the chain goes up to 30, I think, actually. I think I was wrong about how high it goes. Oh, you can use mounts in here as well, but you can't unlock flight. Up to you, wherever you want to go, I'll follow. I don't give a shit. They're probably already done with the water ones. I still need 13 more. As you can see, these guys take a little bit longer to try and kill because they are a higher level. And that's how leveling works. Welcome to video games without... Dang. Unfortunately, Holy doesn't actually do Holy Aspect damage. Although that would be cool if that was a benefit to being a red mage and using Holy Aspect. We're not doing too badly in getting a little supply of crystals. I mean, you need, I think it's 100 for the first step. But we're actually getting quite a lot of them. I'm hoping they're going towards the... No, okay. We'll switch up then, because we'll do more damage with these guys being Earth Element by using Water Element. I think I made the right choice in coming into this as a red mage, though. Like, red mage is doing some good damage and has a lot more versatility than I would have had if we'd done this as like a white mage, which is what I did it as on my previous character. it seems that our party member has not gotten the challenge log experience. They may have done it just now. But sea bishops can lead into a notorious monster fate spawn. So it is worth us killing them. Assuming that that notorious monster isn't on cooldown, which unfortunately I have no way of knowing, because it seems that there isn't a tracker up. There's the notorious monster. And welcome to the other side of Eureka, which is these fates, which are basically just boss battles. Just having a chat with our healer friend. Oh, I guess they decided to just start. That's some dick behavior. Because normally it is the person that spawned the NM that calls start time. And it's normally default at 27 minutes on the countdown so that you've got time for other people to join. So these guys are dicks. But there we go. And for that, we get Animos crystals, which are different, but they can be turned into protean crystals. Speak with trial for another Magicite. Good news! I believe I've discerned the reason why we're having trouble utilizing the island's Aethernet. Truth be told, it caused me to consider some of the accepted truths of aetherology, but I've detected a confluence of ether, which would suggest a blockage of sorts. I still don't know how or why this blockage might have formed, and this is where you come in. I want you to investigate the site of the blockage. I can't provide you with the exact location, but I can tell you that it's somewhere to the northwest. If I recall correctly, there was an observatory on a hill out that way. Perhaps you might start there? And then we've got some lockboxes, which are basically all useless. You can get some glam and things like that from this, as well as demi-materials just to be sold. Oh, they popped another NM. Oh, we want that V. So basically, the Fates can give decent experience, as well as giving these crystals. So whilst we're low level, if there is a Fate that is around our level, we really want to try and get there. And I just hope that these guys don't pull it too early. Like the previous one. Okay, and it looks like we've started. And there's another Fate down. Okay, now I need to remind myself where it is that I need to go for this quest that we got from thingy, Kryl. It's not. the same. Like, it doesn't tell you where you need to go in Eureka, and you don't get anything in your duty log. I think we actually need to go somewhere around here anyway, if I'm reading this right. No, I'm not reading it right. We need to get over here. I need to be careful because these guys are high level compared to me. And they will wreck my shit very quickly. Okay, that was a little worrying for a moment. Honestly, this is the kind of content that I would love to have done with, like, Patinga if he was still available to play the game, because just getting on a voice chat and shooting the shit whilst grinding in Eureka would be pretty good time for me. I'd enjoy that. Okay, so this is the first location that we need. And we get a new Magicite, which can be used to make us do, again, more damage. Or, it can have us do be even more defended. And now look, because I'm not level 2, I'm actually doing good damage. Okay. This early part of Eureka might not actually be that bad because we've managed to find a party of 2 people. But we're getting some decent levels already. I kind of wish there was a bit of a more active fate party, but that's fine because I know what I need to kill. I can just go and start killing shit if need be. Yeah, it's suspiciously quiet. Welcome back. We're able to track down that confluence of ether. Magicite, you say? I wouldn't have thought it to be the source of the blockage, but while you were away, we confirmed the dissipation of the confluence. Your removal of the Magicite would appear to explain that. So Magicite can impede the flow of the life stream itself. Fascinating. Anyway, you may as well keep it for use with your Magia board. Owing to your actions, I'd say we've made progress toward restoring the Aethernet. We've still got a long way to go, though. I'll continue my studies and let you know if I learn anything new. For now, I'd encourage you to continue exploring Animos on your own. Looks like we found another blockage after. If you're willing, I'd like to ask you and go and take a look for me. I knew I could count on you. Our readings place this one somewhere in the northeast in an area we call the Orchard. While the island is quite a bit different from what I remember, I'm reasonably certain you won't have to go so far as the river. Good luck out there. And so now we can put that in there. And we good! Does seem a shame that because no one's talking, like normally this is a duty where just everyone is chatting in shout chat so that everyone can see it, to be like, oh hey, this thing's here, this thing's there, I'm working on spawning this thing. Here's the link to the tracker that shows what fates are available and what ones we've already cleared and stuff like that, and just no one's talking. It's very sad. It makes me sad. Wait. Withdraw. Want to be a little careful of these death jackets. Just because I don't remember if they have final sting or not. And crystal number 3. Like these Magicite are ridiculously important to have at this low level. So it's a good thing that we're getting them. Because this will help to if we were going to start fighting stuff that's a bit higher level than us, we could put these points into defense. And that would help us to not just die immediately. But most of the time, as a DPS, what you do is you just put it into attack, and you only put it into defense if you're a tank. Because if you're a tank, your point isn't to do loads of damage, it's to not die. Generally. Don't tell me you found another Magicite at the heart of the confluence. Thought as much. Like last time, we detected the dissipation while you were away, followed by a marked improvement in the flow of the ethereal current. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to restore the Aethernet to good working order, I'm afraid. I can only surmise that there's more Magicite out there, clogging the proverbial pipes. But now that we know exactly what we're looking for, finding the next confluence should be even easier, I'd like to think. I'll keep you informed. And the next quest isn't until level 13. So now we have to go and do a little leveling. Try and clear our challenge log and maybe spawn more things. I've got a friend! This is the entire point of me having the car! Oh god. It's kind of sad that has legitimately made me kind of happy. Yeah, this one. Okay. So this is generally what you want to do when you're trying to spawn a fate, is just group up a bunch of enemies and take them down with AoEs. That's pretty much it. It just so happens that these guys are also about our level, so they will count towards the challenge log, which can give us a goodly chunk. Because yeah, earth, that's earth or fire. Oh, okay, we don't want to be killing wind. really. We should be killing... I forgot that it's not for each element. Yeah, we should focus ice or lightning. Sometimes you get lucky and the fates will pop quite quickly. Sometimes it takes a while. This guy doesn't want to spawn. We could go to the next one. Come on. I literally just said doesn't want to pop, huh? So yeah, this is the lowest level fate that there is in Animos. This person's level 4. they have a Mandeville relic. And that's the glory of Eureka. It doesn't matter what level you are outside. You could have just finished Stormblood, and you could still have a higher elemental level than someone that has beaten Dawntrail. Yeah, there's a party that's just running along and pulling whenever they feel like, that is not following any of the etiquette for Eureka. That is a dick move. For no reason. Other than they don't give a shit about anyone else. Rude for pulling early. Generally, you wait until 27 minutes. Pull. Give everyone a chance to get there. Okay. So now, for Dana's, we want to be probably there, I reckon. Ah. We want to kill Donis. God knows why my Swift cast isn't on the right slot. Someone's just got respect PT this time. Are you... Really? This tank just loves to early pull. I don't understand this party. Okay, let's kill something fire or lightning. This is so far the worst. That might be a bit too high level. The worst Eureka experience I've had in a while, of people just pulling too early and shit. These things are a bit higher level, so we're not doing great damage against them. But the Fate is our level, so we'll do alright against that. This person is nice. Like, they know what they're doing and are being nice about it. They were just asking if we actually need a party for this. And the truth is no. It just makes it easier for heals and buffs and stuff. They're already in their own party, so that's fine. So that's fine, because they've waited until after 27. And no one else shouted to say that they were on their way, so we abided by etiquette. This is the important things about Eureka. I will get mad at because of autism. Don't know how it is that I apparently clicked on someone, but They're saying this instance might be dead. That's fine. Uh, 27 on timer. We'll take it. Okay, so this might be too high level. What are these? These are fire, but they're 13. Yeah, we want the mana grenades too. So these and the sprites. The sprites have their own. Because the issue here is that I've not changed my Magicite bit. Their element, so we weren't doing as much against them. Honestly, a dead instance suits me fine for these early levels, because most of it is just going to be us doing the challenge log anyway. Whereas when it comes to like actual fate grinding, you want people in the instance to help you farm them and to kill them when they pop. Yeah, ice or lightning. You can buy it from MB if money isn't an issue, or you can buy 3 Damascene cloth off MB and trade them to someone near you and enter the boat in Kugane for cheaper. Our friend in the party was wondering if we were to leave and reset to a different instance, if we would be in the same party. And likelihood is, if we left and got into a new instance, we probably would. An over-aspected cluster. I forget what those do. I think, aren't those just a res? Yeah, that's a res for classes that don't have healing. So they're going to reset into a different instance. So I may as well do the same. Which means I can clear the tracker that I was keeping going. It's a dead instance anyway. It also means I should be able to fix my glam. And we can open some lockboxes. We got a pot helm. We got some gloves. We got a jacket. We got a wardrobe. We got a minion. We got some arseless chaps. Yeah, so, we got the... To be fair, some of these aren't terrible. Like, they are glam. We also got that. Okay, that's nice. And we got the Prince of Animos, which I thought you could only get from killing that fate, which I think was the first one we spawned. The octopus one. That's not too bad. I don't think he sells for very much because I bought him off of the market board, which means that you can't have been very expensive. Ooh. I don't hate that. And Sundrop is now level 90 because they are my botanist. Let's sell from after. So I could sell. How much does the Prince of Animos go for? Yep, fuck all. Bye-bye! Wait, no, how much does he... He sells for 60 gil if I just sell him outright. Okay, let's do that then. We can sell these because they are useless and just clogging up my inventory. Same with these. Can sell that too. And those. I do need to really have a good sort out of my inventory. Sell those because I just generally don't use food. I should. I really should. Just don't really do it. Alright, this is freeing us up a bit. I'll sell that. That I can get back easily enough if I want it. I already have one of them, so I'm going to sell that. Don't know if I have those. I can find out. I don't have those. Okay. The pot helm, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I can't equip it to sell. I'm pretty sure I can't equip this one either. Yeah. So, sell. Cool. That clears our inventory out a little bit. And I should do this and change set name Eureka. And now, what glam do I want to apply? Give me that one back. Link to glamour. There we go. And now we can head back in. The main thing is that if I can do more of the story, I can get okay, we've got a tracker. Some stuff's dead, but not everything. And it seems like our friend is in this instance as well. You know what? I'm gonna real quick see if I trade in the crystals that we've been getting from killing notorious monsters. There we go. We now have over 200 protein crystals, that is. And now I can use that to change this into its second phase. And then I would need 400 for the next stage. So yeah, it's not that difficult to get protein crystals in Animos, but you need a lot. You need a lot. So it took 100 for our first level. It takes 400 for the next one. I think, is it the third one is the final one for this zone? You need a total, yeah, you need a total of 1,300 protein crystals per relic. So you need basically 20,000 to do all of the relics, which I plan on doing. Not to mention that you also need a unique drop that comes from the, like, boss of this instance. Apparently there's a fairy around here. Oh, I see it. Whee! Looking good in the new duds. Enjoy that haste and elemental bonus. Makes a big impact on killing stuff. That's Forbidden Elements done, or at least the first phase of that. Yeah, I actually really like Red Mage for Eureka. Having done this as a white mage before, like, this is a lot quicker as a DPS. Oh, we should have been killing night stuff. Ooh. probably can't do that bait. Yeah, that's a level 19 fate, but it's also in basically the highest level area in the game, where enemies are actually above the level cap, which is 20 for us, but they can go up to, I think it's 25-ish? Honestly, if we can get up to level 10, we're in a pretty good position for our first couple of hours in Eureka. And if we can get up to 13, I think that's perfect, because what level is it to grab Aetherites? You could grab first Aethernet now at level 9. If you want. Yeah, our friend is a little higher level than I am. Okay, so they're going to go and get the Aethernet because they're level 9 and can get it. But I still need to level first, which shouldn't take too long. But yeah, this is why the majority of Eureka, once we're established, I'm probably going to do off-string. Because it's very grindy, which I don't mind. I'm quite happy. Like, I'll happily just do this whilst I've got YouTube or Netflix up on another monitor. And this will actually be quite relaxing to me. And I think this will be more enjoyable than like the other relic grinds that I've done. Like Zodiac relics were just so tiring with the book phase. Especially the fates, just waiting around for specific fates to spawn. Whereas here, if everything's dead and nothing's spawning, I can at least try and get into another instance where some of them might be able to be spawning. Or even if they're not, I can just keep killing stuff and getting chains. And then that might be enough to get me some crystals, even though it's not as good as farming fate. But yeah, given that we've only killed like a handful of notorious monsters, and we've already gotten like 300. Protean crystals. I'm not too worried. Although Animos is never going to be the issue, because this is quite a simple grind. Pagos, I am a little apprehensive about, though, because that has a light grind in it, where you basically grind light that you then have to manually turn into crystals of a specific type that you need a certain amount of, and there's no other way other than the light grind to get those crystals. So yeah, I'm going to be spending a long time in Pagos. Pyros, I don't think will be as bad because there's some really, really good ways of making money if you get lucky in Pyros. Because there's mounts that you can get from the Happy Bunnies. And there's also drops, very rare drops, from some of the NMs that can help you to get more magicite, which would obviously be beneficial to me, but if I've already got the magicite from those things as well, you can sell them on the market board for millions. I think they sell for about 5 million each, last I checked. Although Pagos does has some glamour items that drop very, very rarely from a few bosses, and those sell for like tens to 20 of millions. Cool, so that's big help. So still need a few more lightning or ice. So then we should look out for earth or fire. Where's my mount guide? Because if they want to ride in my car, they can ride in my car. So this is actually one of the notorious monsters that drops a glam piece for Animos, which is Circuit, and they drop a scorpion harness. Which basically just kind of looks like a samurai-esque chest piece. He's a big boy. He's a big boy. Okay, these guys know the etiquette. They're asking if anyone's on the way. And we're coming up to 27 on the counter. I much prefer this instance. This is not making me angry. And they pulled on 27. Nice. So we didn't get gold for that, but we were a little low level. That's fine. I should really set you somewhere. Let's put you there, so that we have the option. Where do I want to be, though? I need to keep an eye out for, like, to be honest, where we were, there was stuff that was around our level. So I probably want to just head back there. Like, we could fight the Abraxases. The Valeshi, that's probably a little high level still, but we could try it. Let's go with the Leshy. Those are the right level, but the leopards, that'll do. I think part of the issue of me doing this on stream right now is I'm so used to just switching my brain off. Like 8 months ago when I was doing Eureka on my main, or what was my main at the time, that it's just instinctual that I just switch my brain off. I'm not talking. Not that there's a great deal I can talk about right now, but yeah, I apologize, I'm probably not that entertaining. But I suppose there is then a question of, am I ever? But that is perhaps a question I am not prepared to know the answer to. Okay. So we are now reaching the point where this probably isn't going to level us immediately when we get the... Oh no, that's already what it was. Yeah, so the first level of the challenge log won't level us outright. It gives us just under half a level, but the second one gives us more than a full level. And this is why challenge log is important. I swear I didn't get this many protein crystals as quickly when I was doing this on my other character. But maybe that's just because I wasn't killing things as quickly. Because I was a white mage. I was just a baby white mage who didn't know what the fuck they were doing. But basically the goal is get up to elemental level 20, which is the max for this instance. You can then do everything in the instance, including taking part in all of the NMs. And so you basically just will form a train where all you're doing is spawning and fighting NMs. And whenever it's up, because it is locked behind, in Animos, it's only that it has to be nighttime to spawn it, but the big boss that drops the unique item that you need in order to level up your relics, that spawns like once. So its timer is 2 hours, so I think you could technically spawn it once every 2 hours, hoping that your day-night cycle fits with it nicely. If not, it can be closer to like 3 hours. It gets a bit harder to spawn the big boss in Hargos, I think, because I think that one requires a certain weather condition. I know Pyros definitely does. It requires it to be a heat wave and night, maybe? And so you can only spawn them once every, I think it's 6 hours. So I think that's us done with fire, so we got a few more ice or lightning, then we can build sprites. Luckily, there's some ice enemies right here. That is not what I clicked, but I'm not going to complain about it. So I'm now level 13, so I could do the next stage of the story for Eureka, but I will stick around with our friend Sylvia so that they can get up to 13 and then we can do the quest together. Just because it's nice. Although I think... Oh, I think that we can get the other Aethernet. I thought that was higher level, but apparently it's only level 9, which is the same as the abandoned laboratory, to get the Wind-Torn Cabin. I could have sworn it was like level 15 or 16. Okay, so now they're 13 as well. Might be able to get the last Aethernet. I'm not I didn't think we could. I thought that we needed to be a higher level, but the wiki is saying that you only need to be level 9. So we can try it. Bears. I think they must be trying to spawn an NM. There is one for killing bears. If we can grab this, that's the last Aethernet for Animos, and it'll make getting around to different NM spawns a bit easier. Nice. Yeah, because now we can just doop, teleport back. Perfect timing after. We detected another confluence of ether just now. Another piece of magicite causing trouble, like as not. Are you available to go and investigate? Wonderful. Assuming our measurements are accurate, this should be quite close to the Marge, the waterfall far to the north of here. Assuming the area is as I remember, you should have a clear view of our former headquarters. Perhaps you'll even be able to see the barrier encasing it. Who is it that's... So there's someone that's asking for a party, but they're level 4. So that would probably be a struggle. So we want to go... to here-ish. So easiest if we go to the Leo. This has gone much smoother than when I tried to do this on my previous character. Like, I was dying so much more. But I guess I also didn't know about, like, the Vermilion Cloak or Kirin's Asodes back then. So I didn't have, like, elemental bonus, which is massively helpful. The haste is really nice as well, but the elemental bonus is... Oh, God. Turn around. Turn around. I didn't mean you, I meant the other... Fuck. This is unfortunate. Turn around. Yeah. Yet again, at the center of the confluence of Aether on the shore, you find Magicite. As you kneel to retrieve it, the confluence dissipates. Easy. But that gives us our fourth Magicite, which we can either put into doing more damage again, which is probably what I will do as a DPS, or you could split them, and so that you have like 3 attack, 1 defense. If you find that you're a little bit too squishy, or maybe you often don't have a party, sometimes that can be a good way of making yourself have a bit more sustainability. So I think the next quest isn't until level 17. No need to say it. We already know you found the Magicite. Our instruments told us the tale. I must say, it's a good thing you agreed to join our expedition. If it weren't for you, I doubt my expedition would be proceeding so smoothly. I want to believe we're almost there, but I can't say anything with certainty, save that there is at least one more piece of Magicite somewhere in Animos, preventing us from utilizing the Aethernet. Anyway, don't let me keep you. I'm sure you've better things to do than watch me fiddle with aetherometers and the like. As usual, if we determine the location of another piece of Magicite, I'll let you know. So yeah, I'm gonna put it in there. Awesome. So what do we actually need? So I've popped everything but Ashkin. Only challenge log I have left is for Ashkin Night Monks. Yeah. So, what's still up? I think they start spawning at 8 to 9 p.m. ET. Which would mean so the highest level one that we could spawn would be from hold on, that's not what I want. Oh. What's quickest to get there? Is it Winton? Actually, the other one. Okay, fate just popped, so that helps us. And this one's Morble, which is Ulica, I think. Yeah, it's Ulica. Yeah, they were just saying that the rock that I keep driving into hates me. Okay, so the boss for this this instance does require a weather pattern as well. So I think it might just be Pargos then that doesn't require a weather pattern. Or it might, because I think it needs Blizzard.
Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Thank you, Tsuyoshi, for the sub. I hope that means that you're enjoying what you're seeing. Fuck knows why. Right now, I feel like this isn't the most interesting of content, but thank you very much. Fucking jump scaring me. You're mostly lurking though, sorry. You've been here for a few hours already. No problem. No problem at all. If you want to lurk, by all means do so. If you're interested, we do have a Discord so that you can... like, I don't use Twitter or X since, well, it became X. So that's the only place that I really give a heads up when I'm going live or why it is that I might not be going live. But I also have the schedule below the stream, which I try to stick to. I'm not very good at sticking to the midweek timings though. I'll usually be about half hour late, which is unfortunate, given that I'm the one that set that time. But for some reason, I can't stick to it. Oh, I just realised that our friend be deaded. This is giving me a good little chunk of poetics, which is good, because I still need so many. Okay. So we're going to kill Abraxas to try and spawn a Mehmet. Let's call the whole thing off. I live in a sea of enemy. Which is probably the highest level thing I can spawn right now. Until it turns to night. Which it's getting close to. Or it might even be. Does it change at 6? I'm not seeing any nighttime spawns yet. Looks like might be night soon. So, with it turning night, we probably want to go and try and fight Dullahan or Gormons. Gormons are probably more appropriate for our level. I'm pretty sure there's a nighttime spawn around here, which is what I'm trying to keep an eye out for. It seems like whoever was using this tracker has stopped updating it. So they've not updated it for Ulika that we just killed. Which is concerning. Okay, so Ulika was popped, and that was about 7 minutes ago, we'll say. And I'll just keep track myself, if need be. I really feel like this should be none. But if it were... Just trying to work out if it's night yet. Looks like it should be. I swear that there's things that spawn around here if it is. If we head to the cabin... I think this is... Are these guys the Gormons? No, these are old Gobu. The... Oh. Oh, I can't invite them because I'm not party lead. Why was it taking me a while to work that one out? Apparently, I don't have my things. We're Dark Soulsing. This is also an important part of Eureka. Ugh. Early pull again. fact. They're a bit high level, but if we kill these, they count as Ashkin. Zombie Gabu. It's a little bit slow compared to... We could probably be fighting the Dullahan. I mean, actually, no. These were what we were going to fight anyway. The Dullahan would be higher level. They're level 18, I think? But I don't think there's any... There's no other night mobs that we would be able to fight that spawn anything. Oh. There we go. No one had yet shouted to say that this fate had popped, but it hears. And that one is Callisto, which is the bear one. I mean, that kept my chain going, so I'm not going to complain. Where's my wow? Wow.
Why are you following me?
You have to say my stream's been really entertaining. You've been lurking while you've done tidying and cleaning. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying. It's just Mike. Or Mikey. And thank you very much for the follow. Though I must admit, follow and first message at the same time does ring alarm bells that that's just a bot. But I'm gonna hope that that's just my paranoia. But we get quite a few bots that I get to enjoy. Know you're real. That's what a robot would say. No, fair enough. I get quite a lot of bots trying to sell like views and stuff. So I'm always keeping an eye out for them. You get the ones that want to sell their service for graphics. Yeah, there's those ones. There's the ones that are trying to sell viewers, stuff like that. What's annoying is that there are some of them now that are getting quite good at pretending they're a person. And like you'll have, they'll do like 3 different messages over the span of about 5 minutes. So you'll have a little bit of a conversation with them, and then they'll advertise whatever it is that they're advertising, and that's when you go, oh, okay. Just fuck me, I guess. The skeletons are probably too low level. You got fooled the other night until they asked to talk on Discord. Yeah, I get quite a few, or used to get quite a few art bots. Or not necessarily that the account itself was a bot, but that they were using botting in order to do their outreach for artists looking for commissions and stuff like that. And like, there's absolutely nothing wrong with people communicating that they're looking for commissions and stuff like that. But if there was an artist that was wanting me to commission them for some artwork for the stream, like, I would personally be much more receptive if it was someone that was watching, interacting in chat, and then went, hey, by the way, I'm also an artist, so if you want, I'd love to do some art for you, and we could have a chat about that some other time. Absolutely no issue with someone, with a viewer that happens to be an artist wanting a commission, whereas an artist that is pretending to be a viewer is just that's if I was looking for an artist, I would go out and look for an artist, as I have done in the past when I've done commissions. But yeah, it's a bit of a sore subject when you think that you're connecting with someone new and hopefully that you might be able to try and retain as a part of the community, and then it turns out that actually no, they're just looking for work. And fair enough, everyone's got to eat, but is this not where we were earlier? I feel like there were more gourmands before. You try and do your own stuff if possible. Yeah, honestly, that's the cheaper way of going about it. If you've got the artistic talent for it. I do not. Or am I not in the right... No, I'm in the right location. It's the saddest part now that they're too personal. Yeah. Like, the Discord ones are still really easy to identify. At least for the most part. But, yeah, the bots on Twitch that are... It is that false bit of hope of like, oh, new person to speak to. Oh my god, yay, hey, how you doing? You want to talk about something? Let's talk about it. Yeah, woo, wah. And then, no. You've been talking to a robot the last 5 minutes. And it's when I get a follow from a suspiciously random generated name, with no one has said anything. Like, someone has just followed me. They've not said a word. But then 10 or 15 minutes later, they'll say something. And that's because you can have the setting that someone has to follow you for a certain amount of time before they can chat. In order to try and avoid these bots. I don't have that turned on. But if someone does that, massive red flag that they're a bot that has been set to do that, to get around that. Okay, well, we're both level 14 now, which is nice, but it doesn't really give us any kind of benefit. You would have chatted earlier, but you're sorting out computer cables. No problem. Like, honestly, if people want to lurk, people want to lurk. I'm in no way gonna try and say that that's a bad thing. If you're enjoying yourself, whether you talk or not, fuck it, enjoy yourself. Like, personally, if I'm watching someone on Twitch, which I rarely do now, since streaming myself, like, I'm probably gonna lurk whilst I'm doing something else, to be honest. And that's why I tend to watch more stuff on YouTube. Even if it's just an archive of a stream, because I can then watch it on demand. Whilst I'm doing something else, I can pause it if I need to go and do something. Like, I'm one of the only streams you found that's not playing Dawn Trail. Yeah. That's a blessing and a curse. This is a character that I started in January? End of January? Early February? I think it may have been like the 10th of February that we started this character. It is not my first character. My first or previous character, which we were calling my main for a while, was an aura that I got up to the end post Shadowbringers, literally just post Shadowbringers with. But I was skipping story. Like, I was skipping pretty much all of the cutscenes and everything like that since I think probably about halfway through Heavensward. So I hadn't and I was doing everything solo, so I hadn't really experienced the story, and that's why we were doing this character on stream and on YouTube. I've played every other Final Fantasy main series game apart from the MMOs, and I've played Final Fantasy XIV for a while and really enjoyed it. So I wanted to stream and archive this, go through the MSQ, and be able to give, when we got to the bits that I hadn't seen before, give my blind reactions to them. But that's how come, like, I know quite a bit about Eureka, because I've done all of Eureka on my other character, including the Baldessian Arsenal. But when we get to Shadowbringers, I have never done Bosnia. I know of Bosnia. I've seen bits of content from it. But yeah, we've been, oh shit, I teleported to the wrong place. We've been doing Stormblood for the last 2 weeks ish. Because what I tend to do is I will play Final Fantasy XIV on Fridays as a dedicated, this is going to be Final Fantasy XIV day, whilst I'm playing other series, other games on the other days that I stream. But then when we get into an expansion and start going through the MSQ of that expansion, we will stop playing other stuff, and that will be the main game for a while to get through the expansion. Then when we're in the post story and catching up on stuff like job quests and the more grindy, potentially less interesting stuff, we go back to just doing it on Fridays and a bit slower paced. During still in Stormblood, you'd be doing all the DOL, DOH stuff and crafting. When you get a good few hours free, you pick up MSQs. Yeah, I'm doing all of the societies, but I'm doing all of the daily quests off camera and doing the reputation ups on stream. But I've also been doing every single relic. Every single one. The Zodiac relics killed me. We're most of the way through the Anima relics. I'm in the Anima light grind stage for warrior, and then I've just got paladin, dragoon, and monk left, and then we will have done all of the Anima relics. And obviously I've started Eureka, because Eureka is a really good source of Tombstones of Poetics, which I desperately need for Anima relics. Like, I've already got 900, which is mostly, if not entirely, been from Eureka. So basically, I'll do my daily roulettes, which will give me about 1,000-ish tombstones, and then I can come into Eureka, and Eureka can give me a bunch more. Okay, we still want to be killing nighttime mobs, ideally. Yeah, we need like 6 more. Oh, there's gourmands here as well. Are you lost? There's always so much side stuff to keep yourself busy with when you've not a lot of time. Yeah. I was working from home a lot, which meant that we were able to do a lot. Well, I was able to do a lot of stuff off stream, because I didn't have to commute, and if there wasn't really anything for me to do at work, I could potentially log on and like do my dailies quite easily, whilst I was waiting for my next piece of work to come through, or something like that. So I put a lot of hours onto this character. In fact, I'll do a playtime in a minute, because it's been a second since we last did a playtime. When you work from home, you have it on to mine some shards or crystals between work. Yeah, that's a pretty good option. Is to, like, I would do diadem, probably. But I've been, like, the last however long was Zodiac Relics, and then Anima Relic grinding. Alright, we need just a few more stuff to kill. It's unfortunate that the Ashkin have a longer respawn time than the day mob, despite the fact that they can only spawn during the night. Judging by the fact that our companion is level 15 too, I think that's all my challenge logs. Now, best option for leveling is probably fate farming, or waiting until the reset on Tuesday to do challenge log again. Reset. So yeah, I'm going to call it here for today. Got some other bits I need to get done. Thanks so much for the party and the company. Okay, so Stormblood. Goodness. All right. We've got a lot of other stuff that we can unlock okay. Oh, with one left? With one left. What are you? And that would have stacked anyway. Yeah, Animos... Eureka in general, to be honest, is very good at filling up your inventory. When it comes to opening the lockboxes. And there isn't really anything in Animos that's going to sell on the market board for anything. Generally. Your retainers would cry. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, yep, yep. So, we've got those, which I don't think I had before. Did I have the Animos suspenders? Nope. The expeditionary gloves, I don't really like the way they look. Like, for a blacksmith glam, though, could do worse. I know I don't have the Animos chaps. I don't believe I have those. I don't believe I have those. Or... Oh, I've run out of glamour prisms? Rare. Okay. So now that we... Ooh. Yeah. Oh wait, that's a black mage weapon. I thought I saw Scythe and was like, oh, Reaper. Nope. I mean, it's unique. It's interesting looking. I'll keep it in my glamour dresser. And an Iwatoshikai. Which doesn't... I actually don't hate that. That's like a... Nagata? Is it? Or Naginata? But bearing in mind that I've got relics and things like that that I can use for glam instead, I'm probably going to be using those. Let's go and get some glamour prisms. But what I plan on doing now is going to be to unlock some of the stuff that is now accessible to us being in post Stormblood, especially the Monster Hunter duty. There we go. That'll keep us good for a little while. I already put those. Yeah. It was the last set of... Shit. It was the last set of boots that I couldn't put in my glamour dresser, right? Yeah. My inventory desperately needs sorting out. But I'll do that in a bit. I am going to take a quick potty break in a sec and check in on Neff and see how she's doing. Because I might need to start thinking about dinner soon. Which may mean that we need to finish up before too much longer. Okay. So yeah, I'll be back in just a sec. You wish when the armory chest would tell you insufficient space, it would list where. Yeah, like in which tab. I can get that. I should, before I forget. I might need some of that materia for melding to my Vermilion Cloak of casting, because the reason why the Vermilion Cloak is so good is partly because it has a buff in Eureka, which is elemental bonus, which basically just means the elemental system is more powerful when you use it. Like, if I'm using fire against something that's weak to fire, it will do more damage than if I wasn't wearing the Vermilion Cloak. Likewise, if I was doing it for defense. And it has, because it is eye level 300, which is what Eureka is synced to, if you meld anything into it, you keep those stats. Whereas if you were to do anything that is over eye level 300, it gets level synced, eye level synced down, and your melding means nothing. It ignores all melds. Yeah, I'll be back in just a sec. I should remember to use those Animos crystals. Okay. Neff be napping. My chocobo is rattling with all the materia that I have in it. Because I've been saving materia since basically the beginning of the game, for Zodiac relics, because you needed so many for those. And then I've just not really dealt with it since. Okay, so let's head back. We'll go and see Geralt and get these Animos crystals turned in, because I can then probably get the next level of the Red Mage weapon. Not that that's necessarily anything overly special, but it's nice. Oh yeah. It also will help me clear out a slot, because there is no reason for me to have Animos crystals. I only need protein crystals. So this just helps me to free up that slot in my inventory. So yeah, now I can get the Mergulace +1. And for the +2, I need 800, which we are halfway there already. Yep. Okay. I don't think it changes appearance until we reach the next stage after Animos, which is when it gets actually interesting. Right, so the one that I actually want to unlock is here. Party Hunter. Well, well, if it isn't my old rival Afterbun. Come at last to learn from a true master of elite marks, have you? Forgive me if I seem overly presumptuous. Being the renowned hunter that you are, I've always considered you to be a rival of sorts. A little healthy competition goes a long way in keeping one's skills sharp, you know. Aye, but a hunter ain't worth shite without a smithy to keep him armed and armoured. You'll have to excuse him, he's never been one for social graces. But he's a damn fine hunter, and what he brings back to the forge keeps me in business. It was time for grace when game is afoot. Which reminds me, I have news of a quarry that may pique your interest. I recently came across a rather peculiar bill on the clan hunt board. Here, have a look. The bill depicts a crimson wyvern unlike anything you've ever seen. Unfortunately, further reading of the bill reveals nothing of its origins. Strange, isn't it? Not only is the drawing unabashedly crude, the bill itself lacks the formality expected of anything approved by the Centurio clan. Still, a bounty is a bounty. Before setting out, though, I thought it wise to first confirm the details of the request, and therein lies the rub. The clansmen weren't even aware this bill had been posted. Likely the escapades of some mischievous youth, they said. But if this beast truly is out there somewhere, what manner of hunter would I be if I didn't go and find out? And for what I've been told, you're never one to back down from a chance at adventure. So how about it? Will you take up the hunt? Count me in. I love how we can see the airship in the background, even though I've not done anything involving that yet. Every bit the thrill seeker I marked you for. Glad to hear it. To make things a little more interesting, what do you say we make this a race, eh? See who can slay it first. I'll even give you a hint to get you on your way. The beast we're after is a Rathalos, King of the Skies they call it, from what I've gathered. It was last spotted somewhere around the Eorzean steppe. You'll like to learn more if you speak with the locals at Reunion. As for me, I still need to prepare before I can head out. So consider this a head start. Good luck, and may the best hunter win. Yeah, I didn't realize that that was already here. We'll get to what that is and what it's needed for. In time. In time. A red wyvern by the name of Rathalos. I'm sorry, but you must be mistaken. I've heard tales of a great wyvern that slumbers in the mountains to the north, but it was not red, and most certainly does not go by that name. Still, if this Rathalos you speak of truly exists, slaying such a beast would bring great honor to my tribe. Mark my words, this beast will fall by a blade of the Orinir. Gargantuan red wyvern. I'm sorry, miss, but I'm not overly familiar with the coming and going to this place. I only visit on occasion to do a small bit of business. Perhaps you should speak with the Kestir, though speak's perhaps not the right word, seeing as they do not. Any rate, you'll find none more knowledgeable of the happenings in the Eorzean steppe. There's the last one. Ah, yes. Chocobo arse. A red wyvern named Rathalos. Oh dear. Perhaps the story I heard was true then, of a young man from the Ura clan leading a flock of Zo down from the mountain. He was making his way to Reunion when a fierce wind began to blow, a terrible howling gale which left him all but blinded. To his horror, he soon realized the deafening roar he heard was not of the wind's making. Claimed it was that of a great wyvern which descended from on high to claim several Zo from his flock, disappearing into the sky as quickly as it came. Needless to say, he ran to Reunion with all haste, telling everyone of what had happened. But the man is a known liar and a swindler. Who'd believe such a tale coming from him? Upon hearing of a red wyvern, the Kestiri merchant takes on a grave expression. The Kestiri merchant points southwestward. Perhaps you'll find some clue to the wyvern's whereabouts in that direction. You arrive at the area the Kestiri merchant appears to be indicating. All you can do now is lie in wait for your prey. What's this? Oh, a hunter! And a formidable looking one at that. Hiya, you little cutie. Have you come to help then? To hunt the Meowster Rathalos? A talking cat? And what's wrong with the talking cat? Have you not seen the turtles and fish around these parts? True, the Namazu. I'm an apprentice feline hunter, and I've come to this place in search of meowsters. Rathalos, to be precise. But even with 9 lives, I could never slay one on my own. That's why I posted that notice seeking help. Yeah. Sorry, just checking something. There's a reason they're often referred to as a king of the skies, after all. Some also call them fire wyverns, on account of their ability to breathe fire. I feel awful just thinking about all the hunters burned to cinders in their wake. Yes, yes, they roar exactly like that. Would you believe it's powerful enough to stun their prey? And I know that it was probably able to be imported from one of the other versions of Monster Hunter, but they did a really good job of rigging the Rathalos. At least in this cutscene, that animation was really smooth compared to a lot of the other animations that we've seen so far. That was him! That was a Rathalos! Still willing to help, I hope. Talk about fast food, yeah. What a day, what a day! Both a meowster and a ferocious hunter to slay it. I sure got the green today. Let's hurry. He seemed to be heading northwest, back into the mountains. Oh, before I forget, I never did ask your name. Nice to meet you, After. Now let's be off. So, I believe there is a normal and an EX version of Rathalos. And it might be the EX version that I want. Because I think the Extreme will give... like, armor, and I think you can get the Feline as a minion. And I know I've seen people riding a Rathalos, which is probably from the Extreme. But I've never beaten Rathalos because I don't think it's possible solo because of the mechanic that it has. There's quite a lot of Stormblood stuff. Actually, that's just a mole warrior. That's not another player. If it was a player, I was going to help them. The Rathalos is somewhere along that path. I just know it. But I'm afraid you'll have to go without me. As I am right meow, I fear I'd only slow you down. Before you go, though, I insist you take these with you. When catastrophe strikes, a hunter should never be without mega potions. Don't know if you normally keep medicine on hand to treat your wounds, but I guarantee you've never had anything quite like that. When you and your friends are ready, head on in. You do have friends to help, right? Eight. I thought hunters usually fight in groups of 4. Well, I suppose you know best. The Great Hunt. Now, this is probably going to be easiest queuing into it as a healer. Yep. Basically a guaranteed clear now. Because even if I fuck up, there's 7 other people to do it for me. The extreme, however, I might need to use Party Finder for. Oh. Oh. That explains a lot. I was thinking, huh, they were all readied. No, I was just on unsynced. There we go. That's a bit more like it. Yeah, and this is my new Scholar Glam that I'm trying out. Because I was just getting a bit sick of the college professor looking appearance that I had going on. Pretty cool. Yeah, I think so. I mean, basically the boots and the chest piece are from the Republican set from PvP that you can buy with wolf marks. The head is from the Mansuya set, which is from a level 81 dungeon. So it's the first dungeon of Endwalker, which I happened to get from my retainers. And then my pants, my trousers are the Vieira set, just because I kind of like that little peak of the embroidery that you see, but you don't see anything else, so it doesn't really matter what you wear there. And the gloves, I think I just went with the false nails or talons of the beast. He's here and he's angry. Yeah, it's nice finding pieces that work together even though they're from like entirely different sets. I quite like the Aurum Veil the Aurum Veil trousers. No, Aurum Veil boots and and what was the other thing? The gloves, because they're kind of punky. Because they're all like studded black leather looking things, which is quite cool. Okay, so the one that's riding Rappalos is doing an active time event to try and knock it down, I believe. Ah, I think that might be the thing that I was never getting to work when I was trying this solo on my other character. Ouch. Oh, he's poisoned me. Oh wow, they really did inhibit my healing. But we can break his tail. Yes, give me that carve. And they took 400,000 damage from that, I think. I think that's what it said. Yeah, so I think what they've done is they've made it so you can basically only heal effectively using mega potions at this point in the fight. So there's pretty much no point in me healing anyone. This is legitimately going to be my first clear of Rapallos ever. And in a party, this is not difficult. Solo, it's difficult. Not even the EX. LB3. Didn't even get to see it go off that. Nice. Here he is, claiming all the credit. Okay, so now the unique thing about this is that you have to carve the drops from them. You don't just get it as a chest, which is obviously very Monster Hunter, but... Now, I don't think... Yeah, they're not craftable. You can turn them into the smithy, I believe. I saw the whole thing. That was meow-nificent. You even managed to retrieve a scale from his remains. I'm impressed. I realize this is sudden, but it would mean so much to me if I could join you on more adventures. Would you accept me as your palico? It would be my pleasure. I may never summon you, but it would be my pleasure. I promise to be the perfect companion. You won't regret this. And to think this is all because you saw my bill on the hunt board. Huh? A hunter in Kugane showed it to you? Curious. Do you think we could go and pay them a visit? If not for this hunter, we never would have met. Then let's be off to Kugane! And they're still... That is fast. That is impressive. Oh, they're out of sync now. That should do it. I'm warmed up and ready to go hunting. Ah, I thought you'd already left. With my preparations complete, you'll need to work fast if you mean to beat me. You've only finished preparing? What's that? Another monster in need of slaying? I'm no Meowster, you brute. I'm after's faithful and dependable Palico. Palico? My apologies. If you're as dependable as you are adorable, I've no doubt she values your companionship. But let's return to the matter at hand, shall we? Are you ready to set out on our hunt for the Rathalos? Completed it, mate. You've already slain him? I'd expect nothing less from my rival. Indeed, you're every bit the hunter I imagined you'd be. Suppose that's what we get for that extra set of squats. Tell me, my friend, were you able to recover anything from the body? As a matter of fact, she carved a scale off the Rathalos' hide. That's a mighty fine material for smithing. Mind if I have a look? Aye, this is a Wyvern scale, alright. Light as a feather and tougher than steel. There's still a touch of heat to it, too. If you'd like, I'd be more than willing to fashion you some armor with it. I'll need more than a single scale, of course. You'll find no better mail than that forged with Rathalos scales. What do you say? Oh, I can't thank you enough for your help in slaying that Rathalos. If you plan to go hunting again, don't hesitate to call. We'll show those Meowsters what for. Oh, yeah. So we get the Palico minion, and we also get barbecue spits for the house. You can now trade Rathalos scales. Okay, so... Oh, the helm actually does show up on a Viera. Not that it's anything significant. So there used to be male and female sets. Ooh. Ooh, I don't hate that. Don't hate that. I don't much like the female set. The male one's pretty nice. Well, you know I'm gonna need those. So is it just supposed to be like a dress? What the fuck? Hold on, let's just have a look at the full female set. Yeah. So you've got a little bit of what is it? Ultimate territory or some shit? It's just the little patch between the thigh high and the bottom of the I mean, that's not even a dress, that's just a top. There's more coverage from the male set. But yeah, I actually do quite like that chest piece. Ah, and then we get the augmented set. So I can't dye the normal Rathalos set. But I can dye the version from the Extreme. Oh, I can also get Poogie. It requires 50 in order to get the whistle. Jesus. Oh. Oh, yeah. For a summoner glam. For a summoner glam. I kind of want this. Oh, I kind of really want that. Alright, let's unlock the extreme version. A great hunter returns! You did well taking on that Rathalos. Though I must ask, was the battle grueling? Did the mountains sing with the sounds of claws clashing with steel? I've had tougher battles. Ah, but of course, perhaps battle with a high-ranking Rathalos would have put a bit of sweat on your brow. Piqued your curiosity, have I? Well, I can only tell you what I've heard. They say there's a stronger brood of Rathalos that would make short work of your average hunter. Mayhap that kitten friend of yours knows something of it. He was, after all, the one who originally posted a bill for the beast. No need to worry over it now, though. I'd say you earned a rest after your recent exertions in the Azim Steppe. When you're up for another hunt, I'll be here, ready and waiting. The mighty hunter returns, and with a feline companion. Feline? How rude! I'm a feline, you dullard. I fail to see the difference. But what is neither here nor there. I asked after to bring you here that we might learn the truth of these high-ranking Rathalos I recently caught wind of. High-rank Rathalos? They're an older, much more powerful brood of Wyvern. Without sufficient protection, even the simplest of swipes is all it would take to rend a hunter in two. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were talking about an elite mark. Yeah, a challenge no self-respecting hunter can ignore. It's settled then. Are you ready, my friend? Aye, let's get to it. Squats? Yeah. Your enthusiasm is appreciated, but now isn't the time to be kidding around. To be perfectly plain, I'd rather not see another hunter charbroiled today. You can only enter the EX with 4 people. Huh. Okay. So here's a question. Yeah, it's the EX that I need the Rathalos for the Rathalos whistle. But does it also drop? Yes. Okay. So I can potentially farm that off stream pretty easily with Party Finder, I imagine, because I can just do it unsynced. But I won't need, hopefully won't need to get 50 in order to get the whistle. But we'll see how it goes, I guess. What do I want to unlock now? Could unlock extremes. Ah! Who should stand before me but the hero who shattered the shackles of oppression in Doma and Ala Mhigo both? In spite of your burgeoning fame, I am honoured that you should willingly share your precious time with this humble minstrel. If I may ask, how are you enjoying the Far East? With its many charms, it's an easy place to like. Indeed, it holds a special place in my heart. You might even say it's a second home to me, even often as I find myself here on my endless quest for verse. And on this particular visit, the proprietor of this theatre chanced to hear me perform and took a shine to my work. One thing led to another, and a number of my songs were adapted for the stage. Such are the crowds they have drawn. I have since been commissioned to write pieces for a new production. That's not to brag, mind you. Nay, far from it. For though I am glad for the approval, the truth is I've been struggling to summon forth the inspiration with which to fuel my creativity. But of course, your recent exploits could well provide me with the inspiration I need. Such events you must have witnessed, such emotions experienced in your struggle to liberate Doma and Ala Mhigo from the clutches of the Empire. Though their tales have been doing their rounds, there's no substituting a first-hand account. Nay, I would see from the eyes of she who stood in the thick of it, and know the depths of her heart. I'll remain in Kugane while I compose my pieces for the Mujikoza. Whenever you can spare a moment, I ask you regale unto me your recent adventures, and I shall see to it they are immortalized within these halls. Ah, something heroic this way comes. How fare you? As ever, I'm seeking inspiration to draw upon from my work. If you have any new experiences to share, I should very much like to hear them. Yeah, so this is how to unlock the extremes, so we may as well do that. Oh, what a stirring story have you for me today. To lose her beloved daughter not once but twice. First to the Empire and then to the Primal's false promise. 'Tis all I can do to imagine the Quelana Elder's grief. And as if she had not lost enough, unable to bear the reality, she chooses to flee from it by making an offering of her soul to the Primal. 'Tis a tragedy to rend hearts. My apologies. I know full well that I asked you for a tale. So private and intense a sorrow should not be made the subject of amusement. However, I would honour the memory of the departed with a verse. For her daughter's life a mother mourned, but from the flesh her soul was torn. For her daughter's smile a mother yearned, now from a dream she may ne'er return. Forgive me if I have awakened unpleasant memories. Liberties may be taken in a tale's telling, but I cannot wipe away such sorrow that has taken root in one's heart. Nay, no more than abiding in a dream will change reality. Even so, we may pray for wounds to heal and scars to fade, and so pray I shall for the Quelana, for all those who grieve, that they may one day know peace. Ah, you have a new tale for me. Wonderful. A clash against a kami of legend. The words fair write themselves. Yes, this should adapt very well indeed for the stage, and I dare say even the Kojin would come to watch. As this song is about you, however, 'tis only meet that you are the first to hear it. Lend your ears, then, to the tale of your ferocious encounter with Susano, the Lord of the Revel. Upon eastern seas, 3 treasures join to birth a kami great, whose sacred blade strikes oars in hearts and cleaves the land in straits. From western lands a challenger comes, a hero from afar, whose radiant blade sets souls ablaze and outshines the very stars. So, was I able to capture Susano's stormy grandeur? I drew upon my imagination to create more evocative imagery, but it should more or less line up with your experience. Somewhat stormier than you recall. Well then, that makes it just right. Upon the stage, storytelling takes on a different dynamic, you see, and it's common practice to favour the grandiose. But with your rousing tale at its heart, I have no doubt the play will be received with no less than a standing ovation. And last but not least, well then, pray, do not keep me in suspense. Shinryu, a being of pure violence, born of the torment of they who died for their homeland. Those souls had longed for the power to smite the Empire. Little would they have imagined that this power would assume such a form, nor that it would fall into the enemy's hands to become the ultimate obstacle to freedom, bound to the will of Zenos, yea Galvus, a pitiable man who feels naught save when at the edge of death. The power to smite, the power to save, a desperate man did direly crave. High though the price, in full he did pay, creating a god where his dead body lay. The power to rise, the power to vie, a lonely man did madly desire. Forsook his flesh, for such was the toll, binding a god to his insatiable soul. Here we have two men who sought power, but for different reasons. One wished to deliver his homeland from tyranny. The other wished to fill the void of his solitude. Yet even should they achieve this goal, would they truly find peace? I suspect that only they would know the answer. Now, you, my friend, you will continue your fight, will you not? I pray that you will again regale me with such accounts of your experiences. For as brightly as a hero's tale shines, it is not without its shadows. It is my duty, I feel, to share both with the world, the stirring and the sorrowful. Awesome. I think you... Yeah, you're for the Alliance raids, which we might do tomorrow. Because I'm probably not going to start a new game until next weekend. So we'll probably still do Stormblood for all of this midweek. That's going to be for the Kugane Castle dungeon, I think. Let's use that, get it out of the way, and I can just go and put those down at my house. But okay, so there's not anything else to grab here. Maybe I should think about finishing up. So it's getting a bit late, and I want to sort out some food, make sure that Neff eats. And if she's up for it, spend some time with her. Okay, that's the raid. That's a dungeon. That's a hard mode dungeon, I think. So, where is the... Was it Mordona for Fractal Continuum? I don't think so, because there's nothing here. You feel like all you got to do is blink twice and an hour goes by after 5. Yeah. As soon as you're doing anything that you enjoy. Okay. So yeah, it's not here. So then... I know it's not in Idleshire, because I've done all of the stuff in Idleshire. I know that there is... I've not done all of the stuff in the Dravanian hinterlands, though. Those are all just job quests. But then... there isn't anything here. Oh. That's Azis La, though. Right? That's not... or is that a quest? Because that could be the quest for the Fractal Continuum. Ah, so it is. Yep, that's the one. Okay. After, I was looking for you, or rather, Wedge was. Left a most puzzling message he did, with instructions to convey it to you verbatim. He requested your presence at the Aetherochemical Research Facility in Azis La for a project of the utmost secrecy. Sounds like nonsense to me, but he assured me you'd grasp his intent. Well, that's the message, and now I've delivered it. So yeah, we'll unlock this. And potentially I'll do a quick unsynced run. That's an unfortunate angle. There we go. Downside to using the, or depending on who you are, upside of using the Vieira pants. Hey, Wedge. There you are, After. Been waiting for you. And so is an old friend of ours. You remember Gilly, don't you? I was feeling awfully lonely without her, so I snuck out the back door when the chief wasn't looking. But look at her now. Systems down, no power to utter even a single blip. Doesn't it just break your heart? Left alone in this wasteland for thousands of years, just waiting for someone to help. And as soon as she's done her duty, clunk, tossed to the side like a rusty old suit of armor. Well, I won't stand for it. We don't stand for it. I'm going to bring Gilly back to life, and you're going to help me. At first, I had a mind to fix her up myself, but I fear she's proven beyond my ability to repair. That's when I hit upon it. If we found a new body for Gilly, we could transfer her personality and memories right into it. It'd be like she'd never left. I know what you're thinking, and just where are we going to find this new body, Wedge? I've got 3 words for you. The Fractal Continuum. It's an old warship that was converted into a museum of Allegan technology. If there's any place we can find a new body for Gilly, it'll be there. It's just a short trip away from Matter Conduit 6 to 7 to boot. You'll go, won't you? For Gilly's sake. So yeah, it turns out I had completely forgotten to accept this quest. I also haven't done the Arboretum, which is the thing that is left for me to do in the Dravanian hinterlands. which I think I will need to do as well, because I'm pretty sure there's a hard version that gets unlocked in Stormblood. Transport is available from this location to the Fractal Continuum, the greatest storehouse of technological marvels in all Alag. The Fractal Continuum is temporarily closed to tourists. Access is limited to those with level 3 security clearance or higher. Unauthorized visitors will be removed via the Continuum's anti-intruder defense system. Thank you, and we hope you enjoy your stay. What do I want to do? The Fractal Continuum as. Let's just try it as Scholar. Although actually saying that, what level is that's still level 80. Let's not do Scholar. My Summoner, however, a little bit better. We'll try that. I don't know if I remember this dungeon. Oh, wait, no, I do. I do remember this. I don't remember what any of the bosses are, but I have a memory of this location, which is a good start. Can I pull a bigger group to use my Dreadworm? Yes, that's more like it. Okay, first boss is Phantom Ray Gilgamesh looking motherfucker. It would be good if I remembered what buttons I need to press. He's dead. Doesn't matter. Anything? Ugh. Just Valyrian stuff. Okay. So these are the Shabti, which are the enemies from Final Fantasy XIII. Like, it is nice as someone that's, you know, played basically the entire series to see the elements that they've taken from other games in order to make this one. And I think the important thing is it doesn't feel like it's a cop-out. Excuse me. Said excuse me. Just a Minotaur, huh? Okay. I like how that made it look like he knocked me out of his arena. Now I can get through. Okay. Okay. These guys look like the Legatus that just dies in the Warring Triad questline. They also kind of look like enemies out of Mass Effect, to be honest. Whee! Okay, rule of 3, we've got just the orange one left. Why does it look like we're inside Dalamud, by the way? Although I suppose that could be the point. Okay, a weird sphinxy thing. I can't be asked going and grabbing that. The Curator. Bye. Nice. We did it. We did it for Gilly. Where are we in this model, by the way? Does it explain? Do we just get like folded up on the inside? I mean, to be fair, yeah, we must do, because we're not visible even when it's in its Gundam form. You're back! Oh, do tell me you brought me a new nasal. Why, that's a functioning nasal if ever I saw one. This will do the trick, I'm sure of it. Auto-detecting newly installed nasal. Nasal detected. Reinitializing system settings. Initialization complete. Welcome to Azisla, Master Wedge, Mistress After. Gilly, could it truly be you? The very same, Master Wedge, and running at optimal efficiency. Thanks to my first full body overhaul in approximately 5 millennia. You really are too kind. Now that's my sweet little girl. Why, after all you did for us, it was the least we could do. I've got a favour to ask you after. This might sound silly, but I want you to take Gilly with you on your adventures. I want her to see that there's more to our world than this etheric waste she's called home for thousands of years. I'd say our little girl's done enough to guidance. From this day forward, she's an accompaniment node. And with you, she's going to go where no node has gone before. Accompaniment node. Okay, oh no, I don't think there's anything else that I'm gonna be able to start and finish tonight. I feel like we've done good. We did all of the challenge log in Eureka, which just puts us in a really good position that on Wednesday's stream we can potentially go back into Eureka, do the challenge log for this coming week, and get a bunch more levels, which should set us up for going into Pagos. And that might be the way that we do it, where I don't know, because I might just do the challenge log. I forgot, even though I'd said it literally seconds ago. I'll do the challenge log off stream maybe, and then we can just focus on the story. And I might do that actually, because then we can still have time to do like job quests and we've still got like the Alliance raids to unlock and do, and things like that. I'm not sure if I've ever done the final raid from Stormblood for Alliance raid. I know I haven't done all of the normal raids. I got to the Alpha Scape, but I ended up not. I think I got to like the 3rd fight in the Alpha Scape, and that's when I stopped, maybe. I don't know. I don't remember. Anyway, yeah, I'll call it here for today. Thank you very, very much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. You can expect to see more Eureka. But like I said, after this Friday, we will probably start a new game and take a step away from Final Fantasy XIV, much like we were doing before we started going ham on Stormblood. But we will come back, and once we've caught up on all the job quests and stuff like that, we will come back and we'll blast through all of Shadowbringers. Much like we have done with Stormblood. And Eureka, at some point that might not necessarily fit with my normal stream times, I will do a Baldessian archive clear. Baldessian Arsenal clear on stream. But that's probably going to be a while off, because I need to get through all of the rest of Eureka, basically. But once we're done with Eureka and done with Shadowbringers, that then opens up Bosnia, which will be the next big grind after Eureka. Meanwhile, I also need to do the Sky Steel Crafter and Gatherer relics. If I'm doing all of those. I know I definitely want the Gatherer ones, but I don't know if I'm going to do all of the Crafter ones as well. There's then another Crafter and Gatherer relic, or at very least Crafter relic, in Shadowbringers. And I still need to do all of the Crafter and Gatherer quests. Which the good news is those stop. Those are no longer a thing after Stormblood. So depending on how things are going with other games that we may or may not be playing, and how things are going in Eureka, I might do all the Crafter and Gatherer job quests before we start Shadowbringers as well. Because I can do all the crafting and as much of gathering as possible before we even start doing the quest line, so I can have everything ready to turn in. And I reckon we could probably do one class all the way up to 70 in a stream. I think that's reasonable. I mean, maybe it's a lot of talking. It's the actual quests themselves won't take long. It's the talking that might take ages. So I don't know. We'll see how long that's likely to take. But I do need to do those. So I might get those done before we go into Shadowbringers, because once you go, Shadowbringers deals with both combat classes and non-combat classes differently, in that non-combat classes kind of become like Beast Tribe quests. where you're turning stuff in, and the combat classes you get a role quest line instead, where it's just, we talked about it before, so I won't go over it again. But anyway, yeah, thank you, and have a good night. Later.